June 8th, 2020 meeting of the Durham County Board of Commissioners. I will first share the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. As a courtesy to others, please turn off cell phones during the meeting. And also just ask people to just mute their phones or any background noise if possible. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and of course I would love people to join in on this if you want to unmute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty
and justice
for all.
Thank you. Are there any adjustments to the agenda this evening? Seeing none, I'll move on to the announcements. Serving the Durham community, COVID-19 volunteer opportunities. If you're looking for ways to give back in your community, please check the list below for volunteer opportunities. You can help out with the Feed Durham program through the Volunteer Center of Durham, which is now called the Triangle Nonprofit and Volunteer Leadership Center. You can help out with Durham Feast, which is actually ending, I believe, the end of this month, where this is a child and adult feeding collaboration with Durham Public Schools and other partners. There's also other opportunities to volunteer at the Durham County Public Health website, and we encourage people to help out. Free tax help. Starting in June, Reinvestment Partners will be offering free tax services at Northgate Mall until July 10th, 2020. For drop-off instructions and links, you can download a form that will be available on the Durham County website, but this will also be helpful for people who are able to apply for some of the resources that have been coming out of the federal government as well. So hope people will take advantage of that. COVID-19 testing in Durham. If you are looking for COVID-19 testing site, you can go to the Durham County Public Health Data Dashboard, and you can click on a link there that will help you locate a COVID-19 testing site located near you. So folks know the Walgreens site is free to everyone. The CVS sites, there are 4 of them. You do need to have health insurance, but the Walgreens site is free. You just have to go online to be pre-screened and get an appointment. Book returns are now open. The book return at Main Library is open for materials Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Please wear a mask, practice social distancing, and wash your hands before and after use. And if you are not able to return your books at this time, please feel free to hold on to them. No fines are accruing. COVID Rental Assistance Program. Have you been laid off or furloughed and are now behind in your rent? The Department of Social Services may be able to help. Please call 919-560-800 to schedule an appointment. And this COVID housing fund is, these specific funds, which our board allocated, is going to be available through the end of June. this current pot of money. Become a mentor for African American males. The African American Male Initiative at North Carolina Central University is seeking mentors for their upcoming 2020 class. This cohort will include 40 young men who are majoring in various subjects, and how to apply will be on our website and in our press release. There is still time for the Census 2020. For the first time ever, the census can be completed by phone, email, or online. Due to health concerns, the extension date is until October 31st, 2020. You can go to www.2020census.gov to complete the census. And Deborah,
Yes,
can you give us an update?
Yes, thank you.
you.
Good evening, commissioners and all of our guests. I'd like to report that we are currently in a three-way tie with Cumberland County and Lenoir County. We are each at 55.5%. We've come up a little bit. Our North Carolina average right now is 57%, and the national average is 60.7%. So we do still have work to do, and we are working on that. I will draw your attention to the series of census postcards we've been reporting on over the past couple of weeks. We've done videos. This week's video focuses on Men's Health Month and demonstrates what's going on in our community with those who are marching for change. And also, of course, we are talking about the services it helps to fund. That is on our website. You can see it on our homepage. But again, there's work to do. We want to thank everybody who's completed the census and ask everyone else to go online and complete the census. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just had a quick question for Deborah. Deborah, we're going to have about 25 outreach people distributing masks throughout our community. As they're distributing, if there was some material that they could also hand out on the census, that might be a good use of their time, possibly, if we had the right materials in both English and Spanish.
Yes, during the feast, the helping families with food, we were passing out flyers in English and in Spanish. We can print more of those, and we can coordinate with the mask group to make sure that it gets in the hands of those who need it. We're also doing a drive-through census parade at the end of the month, and I'll say more about that, but it's actually focused on communities who have low return rates. And so that is something else that we're trying to do.
Well, there's going to be a huge push on masks in the next month, with not only the masks that the city, county, and school district funded being distributed, but the free masks that the county got, where they're working with the volunteer center. So I think that would be a great outreach effort if we marry the two causes.
We will absolutely make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a great idea, Commissioner Reckow. Thank you for raising that. Okay, and the last announcement is, did you know that you can vote from home? Vote from the convenience of your home for the 2020 election. And you can go to www.dcovotes.com for more information on absentee ballots and how to request the form. And I want to just give a shout out to our Board of Elections, who have really been working hard at preparing already for our election in November and making sure it will be as easy as possible for people to vote. Are there any additional announcements and information? Seeing none, I'll move on to the minutes for our March 2nd, 2020 work session.
I would move approval.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Recco, seconded by Commissioner Hill, and we will have a voice vote, starting with Commissioner Howerton. Commissioner Howerton?
Yes.
Commissioner Recco?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
And finally, me, yes. So those are unanimously approved. We have two ceremonial items tonight, and one is the 11th anniversary of World Sickle Cell Awareness Day, Shine the Light on Sickle Cell. And do we have Tiffany Bell with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Tiffany,
Madam
I'm so
Chair.
glad you're here. You're always fantastic at bringing this important proclamation to us every year and helping to bring awareness of this disease. And thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm going to turn this over first to Commissioner Hill, and then we would love to hear you speak about why this is so important.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proclamation, 11th Anniversary World Sickle Cell Awareness Day. Shine the Light on Sickle Cell 2020. Whereas, sickle cell disease is an inherited blood disorder that causes pain, infection, disability, economic strain, and even death, primarily among African American children and adults. And whereas no definite cure for the disease exists, although treatment is available to help those with sickle cell disease and lead a more productive and rewarding life. And whereas treatment of these conditions often requires both emergency department care and hospitalization. And whereas provisions of service is a collaborative effort between major medical centers, regional educational counselors, community-based programs, local health departments, and state laboratory of public health. Whereas many healthcare professionals, regional educators, and community advocates do not receive adequate and current education about sickle cell disease. And whereas support for research on the treatment and the management of this disorder, as well as overall awareness, are vital to improving the health and quality of life of persons with sickle cell disease. And whereas since 1973, the North Carolina Sickle Cell Syndrome Program has provided quality services throughout the state for patients. And whereas sickle cell experts and advocates from Duke University and Phi Chapter of Chi Eta Phi sorority are committed to improving the quality of care received by persons with sickle cell disease. And whereas since 2009, June 19th was officially designated as World Sickle Cell Awareness Day, the International Awareness Day is observed annually with the goal to increase public knowledge and understanding of sickle cell disease and the challenges experienced by patients and their families and caregivers. Now, therefore be it resolved, I, Wendy Jacobs, Chair of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, and on behalf of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim Friday, June 19th, 2020, as World Sickle Cell Awareness Day. in Durham County, North Carolina. This is the 8th day of June 2020. Wendy Jacobs, Chair, Durham Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hill, and we would love to hear from you, Ms. Bell. You're so devoted to this and an expert on this issue, and thank you so much for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. As stated, my name is Tiffany Bell, and I am the Health Educator, Transition Coordinator for Duke University Medical Center Sickle Cell Program. On behalf of my director, Dr. J.J. Strauss, Chairwoman Board of Director, Mrs. Shanika Richardson, Interim Executive Board Director, Dr. Reverend Warren Herndon, and of the Bridges Point Incorporated, colleagues, patients, and community advocates, I would like to thank you now more than ever for your continued support for shining the light on sickle cell disease. America is experiencing a lot at this moment, and unfortunately, I have to speak often specifically to the African American community, my community, about COVID-19 and how it has affected our patients and their families at a higher risk. Black Lives Matter is alive and present more than ever, which is why constant education about this disease is imperative for our patients now and in the future. People of color, specifically African American men, have wounds of historical trauma reopened. This is felt in every social economic level in our community, specifically in education, housing, and medical care. Typically in September, to honor Sickle Cell Awareness Month, the North Carolina State Sickle Cell Program and area sickle cell medical centers collaborate to plan an annual sickle cell conference, which is open to patients and their families and supporters. However, due to this new norm, we have chosen to cancel for the safety of our patients and to follow CDC guidelines of social distancing. We are now given the call to action in hopes of reaching a community much larger using the technology advances of webinars and teleconferences in its absence. This is the first example of how we will continuously shine a light on sickle cell awareness by meeting our patients and their families via technology, by accepting this proclamation while continuously educating the patients, families, and the communities of Durham. Again, we thank you immensely.
Thank you so much, Tiffany, for your message and for also bringing the broader message about the impact of COVID-19 and the impact of racism and disparate treatment of Black men in particular, and related to, again, having to deal with this disease as well. I thank you for your comments, and which are very fitting for the next item that is also on our agenda. And I'm sorry that this event had to be canceled this year. I hope that you all will be able to find ways to be able to connect with people during this time. So thank you. And I didn't know if other commissioners had comments as well. So thank you again so much. Thank you. Appreciate you always being here with us at this time of year. Thank you, and the work that you do in our community. Okay, next we have a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis, and I want to really give an appreciation for Dr. Wanda Boone, who is the Executive Director of Durham Tri, but also the Chair of the Health Committee for the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. Wanda, are you here with us tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. And I think that somebody may have, I heard a lot of background noise going on. If folks can just check and make sure they mute their phones. So Wanda, thank you so much for bringing this resolution to us. I think it was just this last week. And also, I am grateful to Quaylee, Rashid Henry, our new racial equity officer, who jumped right in and partnered on this, and also Rod Jenkins, our public health director, who also had a important video message this week following up on this discussion of racism as a public health issue. I'm going to read this if I can be able to navigate my having some technical difficulty here. I'm trying to pull it up, and I'm going to read this, and then of course Wanda and Quaylee and Rod, we really would like to hear your comments related to this important resolution. Durham Board of County Commissioners Resolution, Racism, a Public Health Crisis. Whereas the American Association of Pediatrics calls racism a socially transmitted disease passed down through generations, leading to the inequities observed in our population today, and whereas racism unfairly disadvantaged specific individuals and communities of color, while unfairly giving advantages to other individuals and white communities, and saps the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. Durham County's collective prosperity depends upon the equitable access to opportunity for every resident, regardless of the color of their skin. And whereas historically white supremacy in the socioeconomic context refers to a system in which white people enjoy a structural advantage, privilege over other ethnic groups on both a collective and individual level, and whereas racism is a social system with multiple dimensions, individual racism that is internalized or interpersonal, systemic racism that is institutional or structural, and is a system of structuring opportunity and assigning value based on the social interpretation of how one looks, and whereas racism causes persistent discrimination and disparate outcomes in many areas of life, including housing, education, employment, and criminal justice, and an emerging body of research demonstrates that racism itself is a social determinant of health. And whereas overt racism and discrimination lead to worse health outcomes for people of color that can result in traumatic stress and linked to negative mental health outcomes such as depression, anger, physical reactions, avoidance, intrusion, hypervigilance, and low self-esteem. And whereas microaggressions, defined as brief and commonplace daily verbal, behavioral, or environmental indignities, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative slights and insults. Microaggressions have been found to increase suicide ideation. And whereas the American Public Health Association has declared police violence a public health problem, negative police encounters among African American men are associated with depression. Pregnant African American women experience stress related to the likelihood that their children will have future negative encounters with police, and that stress from negative youth police encounters is associated with depression. And whereas the greatest disparity in birth weight is seen among Black or African American newborns in Durham, these serve as examples of disparities. Non-Hispanic white, 5.4%, non-Hispanic Black, 13.5%, Hispanic, 7.4%, and infant deaths, non-Hispanic white, 630, non-Hispanic black, 850, Hispanic, 313. And whereas diabetes affects minorities and low-income populations disproportionately, race is a factor. As of 2015, 10.9% of white Durham residents had diabetes compared to 20.2% of black residents. And whereas 11.2% of non-Hispanic black or African American women have a history of cardiovascular disease compared to 8.5% of non-Hispanic white women. And whereas the Durham County Board of Commissioners stands with the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People and residents of Durham County, now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Durham County Board of Commissioners, number one, assert that racism is a public health crisis affecting our entire county. Number two, work to progress as an equity and justice-oriented organization with the Board of Commissioners and its staff leadership, continuing to identify specific activities to further enhance diversity and ensure anti-racism principles across Board of Commissioners leadership, staffing, and contracting. Number three, promote equity through all policies provided by the Board of Commissioners and enhance educational efforts aimed at understanding, addressing, and dismantling racism and how it affects the delivery of human and social services, economic development, and number four, support community efforts to amplify issues of racism and engage actively and authentically with communities of color where they live. Number five, to always promote and support policies that prioritize the health of all people, especially people of color, by mitigating exposure to adverse childhood experiences. Number six, ensure ongoing anti-racism, racial equity training with the goal of reaching all members of the Board of County Commissioners, county leadership, and staff. Number seven, encourage current racial equity training among all community partners, grantees, vendors, and contractors. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading the second page on my iPad. Number eight, identify clear goals and objectives, including periodic reports to the Board of Commissioners to assess progress and capitalize opportunities to further advance racial equity. This, the 8th day of June, 2020, Wendy Jacobs, Chair, James Hill Jr., Vice Chair, Heidi Carter, Commissioner, Brenda A. Howerton, Commissioner, Ellen Reckow, Commissioner. Well, thank you so much, Wanda, for bringing this to us. This is a very important proclamation. I'm grateful to you and all those who worked on this, and I would be honored to hear your comments at this time.
Well, thank you so much. That document could be 3 times as long, but I think that it encapsulates the general point that we want to bring forward. I want to thank Mia Wilson from Spirit House, Dr. Rhonda Bullock from We Are, Quelling, who just arrived, for their review and input. This is such an important time. I also want to mention that Omar Beasley is the chair of the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, and we have several committees. And I mention this because in the resolution, in the body of the resolution, you hear all of the different aspects concerning how racism impacts our daily lives and even the institutions that we visit, operate in, etc. So we have a civic committee, economic committee, education and youth committee, health committee, which is the one that I chair, housing committee, political committee. And so this comprehensive group of people that are working together also include anti-racism messages and points in all aspects of our work. I want to be a little bit personal here, and I'm going to try not to take too much of your time. People may look at me and make assumptions about who I am, what I've experienced or not experienced, but really in this time, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who we are or what we think we've achieved, whether we come from poverty or whether we think we've come from some type of privilege. The first thing that people see when they see me is a Black woman. I came to Durham, eloped, as you know, in 1971, but I started working in social justice and civil rights when I was 15 years old. And that's 50 years ago. Oh, I did tell it. And that time, the Newark riots were happening, and a group of young people were asked to lead conversations around racism and police brutality back in those days. And here I find myself in this place with the same discussions. And believe me, I haven't stopped from the time that I was 15 until today. And so this is personal for me. I was the first African American to work outside of the kitchen at McPherson Hospital in 1971. I was the first research specialist hired at Duke to do research on babies that were born with metabolic disorders under Dr. Charles Rowe in the 80s. And then I was the first senior executive director of quality assurance and regulatory affairs at a company that I will leave nameless right now, for 20 years for all of the divisions of quality assurance across all of that company. And for 20 years, I was subjected every day to racism because they did not want me in that position, but I continued to excel. And I continue to achieve. I continue to push down the pain, the distress, stress, trauma of what I face on a daily basis for 20 years. But it's been longer than that, not just for me, but for all of us. And I think that what happened with the murder of George Floyd is that for me personally, it opened the floodgates. So the trauma that I experienced as a child throughout all of my life until the day that it happened came rushing down on me. So this resolution wasn't something, and I know that you don't think this, that's taken lightly. We as Black people in Durham and across the country and now across the world are not asking for your friendship or your understanding, but what we need, as in the resolution, are policies that have to be put in place across institutions and we can come together around those policies. So I appreciate the reading of the resolution and your hearing of my story. Adverse childhood experiences are a part of this. Historical trauma, that's a part of this, because Black people, in our DNA, we have this pain that happened way a long time ago in slavery. So you may not understand, but please listen, please care, and understand that no matter how well we appear and the smiles that are on our faces, we're hurting today, and we need your help with these policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wanda, for sharing those words and your personal story with us. And yes, Commissioner Howerton?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Wanda, Dr. Boone, thank you. Thank you for sharing this with us, and thank you for the Durham Committee and on the affairs of Black people. You know my heart, so I just want to say thank you, and and say to you, this resolution is very necessary, and it calls our attention to the fact that every day people are suffering and dying as a result of the impact of systematic racism. Our current realities about what's been going on around the virus and how it's affecting Black and brown communities, health-wise, economically, and other ways is unacceptable. We must be inclusive and aggressive to end this racism. I agree with the resolution. It says about and what it says about racism, and ensuring that we have the data that addressing white supremacy culture, using racial equity language is not the same as doing anti-racism work. We can say the right things, and we've all heard them, but it's time for people to be uncomfortable, and that we don't always have to be nice to make people feel comfortable when we're sitting in pain. We as commissioners must be held accountable by this community, because there's a lot of talk about racial equity. However, when it really matters, we turn a deaf ear to communities of color's voice in decision making. We have a lot of work and soul searching to do. It's good that we have a racial equity officer, and I'm excited about that. But organizational change must begin with us to end racism. And when I say us, I mean the board. I'm committed to holding myself accountable and challenging each member of the board that we can be effectively transform the culture within this board and within our organization. So again, I thank you. And the other thing that I would like to see is that there be some goals around policy that you hold us accountable that we accomplish, around policies that in the next coming months that come back to us with, these are some of the things that we expect you to accomplish. Those bullet things of accomplishable and dates by them. Can you take on my challenge, Wanda?
Thank you, Commissioner Howerton. It's already in the works.
Thank you.
Yes, I take on your challenge.
Thank you.
Lastly, can I also say that I would like someone from whomever you decide to be a part of the health subcommittee, and perhaps they can't attend on a monthly basis, but at least on a quarterly basis, so that we can continue to dialogue and have discussion. Thank you.
Wanda, just to clarify, when you say somebody, are you referring to a staff member or a commissioner, or what is your preference?
Thank you. So either Zwelly or Rod.
Okay, Zwelly or Rod. Okay, terrific.
Or
Okay,
both.
well, or both. So, okay, I just want to clarify that. And thank you for your comments, Commissioner Howerton. Any other comments? I know we want to hear from Quayle and Rod as well. I want to give them a chance to speak as well on this important resolution.
Madam Chair, if I could just say
Yes,
a few
Commissioner Recca. Yes.
I've known Wanda for probably at least a couple of decades, but when I saw she was the author of this resolution, I knew it was going to be thorough, and I knew it was going to be something that would impact our board, and she did not disappoint. The facts here are incredibly important and compelling, but what I find even more important are the 8 action steps that she's calling for. I hope that our board will take these steps, and particularly number 3, about promoting equity through our policies, and I would add plans, because that is how we will impact our community, whether it's through our land use plans, our transportation plans, our strategic plans, our economic development plans, and I could go on and on. And so this needs to be incorporated into everything that we're thinking about and doing on a week-to-week basis. So thank you very much for your great work, Wanda.
Thank you, Commissioner Recca. And any other comments from commissioners
Yes,
at
Madam
this
Chair,
time?
but I thought
Yes,
we might,
Commissioner Carter.
if you want to wait, let Rod and
Okay. Sure. Quayle, we'd love to hear from you if you're here with us. I think I hear somebody who needs to mute their phone. Quayle, are you here? Monica, do you see Quayle? Because she may be muted and not be trying to speak. And
No, Chair Jacobs, I do not see
Okay,
her
okay.
listed on the line.
okay, just wanted to make sure. And I don't know, Rod, are you with us?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Oh yes, there you are. Hey, Rod, welcome.
Hey, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I don't know if I could follow that act. Dr. Wanda Boone is something else. She laid it out, and I've had the pleasure of working with her, and I look forward to working with her in the future on this promising endeavor. But all of her statistics and data are spot on. Racism persists, as I stated inside my weekly address. It's in our nation. It's unfortunately in the very fabric of all that we do. And I'm just so proud to be a part of an organization that is committed to change. And as stated, racism is a public health crisis. It's directly affecting all people, but particularly people of Black and brown hues. And this COVID response is only magnifying what's already out there, what's already been, in existence for decades. And until we acknowledge it and do our best to create systemic change throughout our nation, that is the only way we're going to protect the public's health and the safety of communities of color. And as stated, there's no room for racism inside our community. We are very progressive, and we know that Black lives matter. We know that all of our lives matter, and it's just important that we continue this work. And I'm so encouraged that our elected officials have taken this high-profile stance to ensure that the health and well-being of our residents and citizens are being adequately addressed through what matters most, which is policy change. That is the only way that we're going to really bring about true health care throughout our community and eliminate these disparities. So again, I don't want to be long-winded. I know you guys have some other important matters to address, but again, I want to reiterate that there's no room for racism or hatred within our community, not our beautiful, vibrant community in Durham. And until we get to that day where everyone has that health equity that they so desire and the basic right to great health care and to be able to live long and illustrious and healthy lives, our work continues. So Madam Chair and other members of the board, again, I thank you for the stance that you're taking.
Okay, and thank you, Rod, and thank you for all the work that you're doing to focus on the racial disparities related to COVID and the actions that you and your staff is taking to try to address that. I do want to follow up, Wanda, with you related to this proclamation or this resolution, and just mention that we have a lot of work to do when we look at the data that you have presented to us related to maternal and child health. We have seen actually a drop in our gains in Durham County. You and I have the honor of serving with you as co-chairs of Durham Joins Together to address substance and medication misuse, and you've been ringing the alarm since the beginning that the opioid crisis is, again, disparately impacting people, Black people in our community when we look at the overdoses. We last year focused on the impact of HIV/AIDS in the Black community, and we joined the Paris Accord on HIV/AIDS, ending it, and also allocating a full-time navigator to specifically focus on the Black community, since this is 100% preventable disease, and nobody should be dying of HIV/AIDS in the Black community today. So thank you for again, just bringing this very important document to us that I think needs to be a guiding principle for us. And I want to say that reading this today and beforehand when you brought it to us, it's brought it to me and us last week, and thinking about the events of the past number of days and thinking about what are the actions that we as a board have a responsibility to address, brings me to the issue of the remaining Confederate monument base that is continues to sit outside our building. We have received a letter from the co-chairs of the Confederate Monuments Commission, Charmaine Melton McKissick, and also Robin Kirk, as well as the mayor of Durham, Steve Schul, both urging us, our board, to take action as this is a safety hazard for our community and is a public health issue. And I want to read the words from the letter from Charmaine and Robin because it really aligns with what is in this resolution. related to trauma that you talked about so powerfully, Wanda, adverse childhood experiences, trauma, the internalization of white supremacy and racism. And this is the words in their letter, as it is painfully clear, American failure to dismantle white supremacy, its social structures, and its symbols have caused immense harm to our black fellow citizens. Memorials like the one in Durham continue to cause harm and are a threat to public safety. Specifically, we know that racism that the statue embodies has a measurable and devastating impact on black people, causing levels of stress that cut short lifespans and damage mental and physical health. Black people suffer much higher rates of preventable health problems than white people, in large part because of systems of white supremacy. The Confederate base continues to send a message to our citizens that white supremacy is something the city and county honor. I wanted to share those words from Robin and Charmaine because they do really speak to what is in this resolution. And I encourage our board to move forward with actions related to declaring the Confederate Monument a public health and safety hazard to people in our community, which is consistent with the statute, the conditions of the state statute. And it is my understanding that our staff is researching this issue and will be bringing this back to us for consideration. So again,
Madam Chair, I thought
yes.
we got a request from the attorney that we would not be addressing this tonight.
We're not putting it on the agenda. I had wanted to put it on the agenda for action tonight, and we're not going to put it on the agenda for action tonight.
No, we know that the symbol is we know that the symbol is a reminder of slavery. We know all of that. I think right now the focus is on people staying alive around not being killed. Like, I mean, the statue is important, but right now I think people are really suffering around black and brown people being shot and killed. So I don't understand forcing this thing on the agenda tonight.
I'm not putting it on the agenda tonight. I just mentioned, I just read from the letter from our co-chairs, what they have stated in their request, and the request from the mayor.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
I agree
Yes.
that we need to move on. It's almost 8 o'clock. And
Okay, I would just want to mention, thank you so much, Wanda, again, and we look forward to working with you.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Carter, I'm sorry. You did not get an opportunity to speak. Please go ahead.
Also, I know that Dr. Pierce is waiting to speak for Whaley. I'd be happy to defer to her to go first.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I can't see my chat box. Thank you for letting me know that.
Madam Chair, this is Quayle. I was actually able to figure out my technical issue.
Okay, that's
not okay.
Thank you. I'm so glad you're with us. I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you. Yes, I just really want to commend the board for approving the Racism as a Public Health Issue resolution this evening, and thank Dr. Boone for her very personal and candid remarks, for bringing the resolution forward on behalf of the Committee on African Affairs of Black People. I too agree that it's timely and necessary, and just really hope that this resolution deepens our countywide commitment to address racism in partnership and collaboration with our community. We know that racism is baked in, right, into our society, our structures, and how we relate to one another. And we're all aware of the historical origins of the legal and economic systems and structures that limit opportunities for Black and Indigenous people of color. And we're dealing with the unintended and intended consequences of these decisions today. So that is the work that we must continue. At every turn, we must ask ourselves who benefits from the decisions that we make, who is burdened, and what are those unintended consequences of those decisions. And I think we better understand in this moment that we can't let up. It's like gunning the engine of a car. Black, Indigenous, people of color have been gunning that engine of the car for a very long time, and it's resulted in the stress-related conditions that we heard about in the resolution. And now we just need each other. We need each other more than ever before, white people, business leaders, government partners, all other sectors, to kind of champion anti-racism so we can move along on our journey together. And we may not get there at the same time, we may not be moving at the same pace, but we share the same goal. So I think that this resolution is connecting those pieces. It's about racism and its impact on our overall health and well-being, and I think it's a great starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Quayle, and I know you will help guide us as our racial equity officer with a lot of this work in examining our policies and our programs and our services and everything that we do with that racial equity lens. So thank you. And Joanne, did you want to say something? I didn't know if Joanne.
Well, good evening. No, I don't want to belabor the time. Quayle put it just right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you so much. It was wonderful to hear from all of our staff. And Dr. Boone, I want to thank you and all the Black leaders who brought this resolution forward with the reminders of all the negative outcomes of racism, and also, like I think Ellen and Wendy both said, for these charges, these action steps to which we commit ourselves with this resolution. And I just wanted to say that with this resolution, our board can be in solidarity with the rallying cry that Black Lives Matter. I know I certainly want to join those across Durham and in this country who are grieving. And I support those who are protesting government-sanctioned violence and oppression against Black people. I think it's important to acknowledge pain and weight of unjust treatment that fuels these demonstrations across Durham and our nation. Far too often, the violence that we see, like recently, is blatant and physical, with this murder of George Floyd. But violence can take many forms. Starving a child is violence. Neglecting school children is violence. Ignoring medical need is violence. Not paying hardworking people fair wages is violence. Denying access to affordable housing is violence. Contempt for poverty is violence. And the work of building an equitable and inclusive city free from all forms of violence will take all of us, and it will require white people to be active listeners and work alongside our leaders of color for initiatives that have the greatest benefit for Black communities and brown communities. I think our work as county commissioners demands that we take concrete and deliberate actions that will help resolve and not perpetuate racial inequity. And Commissioner Howerton encourages us to be committed to this resolution, and I just want to say I am committed to this work. And as a white person, I acknowledge that I must check and double check myself every day to root out unconscious bias that I and all white people carry inside, along with white privilege and power. And my attempt to be anti-racist will be a lifelong task. I continually rededicate myself to it. I think about this every day, and I listen and learn from my Black friends and colleagues. And I look forward to passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. We are going to now move on to, we have one more ceremonial item, which is from acknowledging a contribution of $50,000 from the RTP Foundation to Durham County Emergency Operations Center. We really appreciate this support for our staff that have been working 24 hours a day, round the clock, for, I don't know, when we have a report later, we can hear how many days, but it's been nearly 3 months that Durham County staff and frontline staff have been working on behalf of our community. And Scott, are you here with us tonight just to speak for a few minutes about this donation?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, and thank you for the recognition. I really don't want to take much time of the board. I think the conversation and the resolution presented by Dr. Boone was really inspiring and reminded us of our role in society. We wanted to make our board wanted to make this contribution along with about $17,000 of lunches that were brought over from many of the companies in RTP to help the Emergency Ops Center. When Mr. Groves and the county manager called, we wanted to stand and be ready to deliver. So we're appreciative of the support we received from the county, the tremendous work that's happening at the Emergency Ops Center, and we're just grateful to be able to do this and help out our county. So thank you very much.
Thank you again, Scott, and we appreciate your partnership with our community and the support of RTP Foundation. Okay, next we have our consent agenda, and I'm going to turn this over to, well, I guess I'm so used to us going through the consent agenda as if we haven't seen it before, but actually tonight I believe we have already reviewed all of these items. So I would ask...
I would move the consent agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter, and we'll take a voice vote, starting with Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Hill?
Hello?
Oh, okay. We're just voting on the consent agenda.
Someone muted me. Sorry. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes. Okay. And Commissioner Reckow?
Yes.
Commissioner Howerton?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the consent agenda is unanimously approved. Okay, we have a number of important items on our agenda, and the first one is adoption of our FY 2021 budget ordinance. I think that before we can entertain adoption of this ordinance, that there are some remaining concerns that board members have and possible changes to the ordinance that was presented to us or that we discussed at our last budget work session. There is additional information that became known to the board over the weekend. One is related to the position for a cooperative extension, a farm support position that would be partially funded through North Carolina State Ag Extension, that I know there is some interest for commissioners in considering this position to support our local small farmers and our local food supply. I know that is one item that I am aware of. The second one is in response to events of recent weeks and the hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of emails that we've got about many issues related to the budget ordinance. I know that there has been some discussion about, again, trying to respond to some of the concerns about Black Lives Matter and about the priorities prison to school pipeline, school to prison pipeline, and other issues that we've heard from in our community. So I guess I'm going to stop here and open it up to commissioners to please bring forth some of the other areas of the budget that you may want to discuss further.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Carter.
I don't know if anyone else was trying to say something, just couldn't unmute, but you know, I just want to first, I guess, thank all of our county staff who double time on the budget this year. The approval of a budget has never felt more challenging for me personally during I think this is my 16th year of making a funding decision, 12 of which were from education, only 3 here so far. And I bet the process has never felt more onerous to all of those in our budget department and finance department and probably every single member of our administration. I want everyone to know how much I appreciate your hard work to help our budget be a true reflection of our county's values, and really appreciate, you know, the role the manager played in helping us hold help contain our costs during this time when our economy is so off kilter. But I would really like to discuss, I would really like to propose that we change what we had decided budget ordinance discussion last week at our budget session and include full funding of the $15 an hour for DPS classified staff. I know we discussed this last week and I talked about it then. I understand some practical concerns, but you know, I just really think when we approve our annual budget, we're funding what matters to us. And the lives of our DPS bus drivers, cafeteria workers, teacher assistants, and all essential classified workers matter. And these workers, mostly Black and brown, are the very last public employees in our county who are not making $15 an hour. And I feel like we can either fight back against racism in this county by taking concrete action and making the necessary investments to improve the lives of people of color like these classified staff members now this year, or we can delay and ask Black people to wait yet again. And I just think tonight is a chance to correct what is really an economic injustice, and that we can do it now, we can do it tonight. I think it's overdue, and I think we need to do it tonight in one phase. And I have a proposal that we do this, and I would suggest we get the funding by splitting a one-time appropriation. Some could come from our fund balance, some could come from our revenue reserve fund to cover the cost of all of this year, you know, while the economy is depressed due to COVID, knowing that we will need a recurring source of funding when the economy rebounds, and we will have to take that up at that time. But I would like to make that motion that we allocate the funding, the full amount up to, I guess, $3.8 million that would be required to pay all DPS classified employees a minimum wage of $15 an hour in one phase all this year, taking it from those sources I cited.
Well, Commissioner Carter, thank you. I support your proposal.
Is there a second? Does anybody second my motion?
Am I allowed to second?
I would hope someone would second it so we could at least discuss it. I would appeal to one of my fellow colleagues to second the motion so we can have a nice.
Madam Chair, you can second it.
I can?
Yes.
Okay. Lowell, can I get some input from you on this?
I just answered that you can second it.
Oh, okay. Is that Lowell?
Yes.
Or James? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's you, Lowell. I'm having a lot of technical problems tonight. Thank you. Lowell, so thank you. You said I can. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So I would like to second it, and I just really want to echo what you've said, Commissioner Carter. Our budget is it's a moral document. It's a reflection of our values and our priorities. And as you've said, this has been a very difficult budget year. We started out in February with staff estimating that we had $15 million of new revenue, and we're in a situation now where we have flat or negative revenues. And also staff has had to deal with the malware attack and responding to COVID at the same time that they are working on the budget. And then we have the impact of just not even knowing all the needs that we're going to need to address with food and housing, our small businesses, property tax relief, and so there are tremendous needs. But it's really unacceptable that we have our classified workers, our janitors, our custodians, our bus drivers, again, majority people of color that are not making $15 an hour. It's just unacceptable in our community when we are saying this is an expectation for our businesses, and we are not modeling this ourselves. And again, telling people that they need to wait. Again, this is how we address institutional and systemic racism, by investing in the people in our community. So I feel very strongly also that this is some important action that we can take right now related to the resolution that we just heard today, is how we help to address, again, social and economic justice in a very concrete way in our community by making this a budget priority. So at this time, I would like to hear...
Madam
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
we have made this a budget priority. I guess I'm sitting here wondering about the past work sessions and all the work that we've done to identify the funding for this initiative. This is a really tough budget. This is my 32nd budget on this board. And we face, unfortunately, a whole new normal. We face great uncertainty as to what our revenue will be this coming year. We've already seen sales tax, evidence that sales tax is going down. And we don't know whether we've hit the bottom in terms of where we're going to be on that. We face uncertainty in terms of our property tax revenue. And let me say, we started out in a hole because the city of Durham insisted on changing the sales tax split to make it more beneficial for them. And as a result, we lost almost $2.5 million right out of the gate with this budget. So as a result, we had very little money to spend this year and many needs before us. And this budget has been a huge struggle. I think it's been one of the hardest budgets I've been involved with. But I know I personally worked to identify places where we could find money in this budget to fund important needs like education and improving the salaries in the school system. And I would point out, I find it interesting that over the past week, we've gotten many emails about reorienting our budget priorities, moving money out of public safety and towards youth and education and things of that nature. Well, that's what this board did. We moved over 1.25 million out of public safety. We were able to do that because our jail population is so low that we were able to remove positions from the sheriff's budget, and he agreed to it, out of detention, and move it over so that we could provide the school system, along with cutting vehicles for the sheriff, along with many other areas where we were able to find ways to obtain more money. We found about $2 million, and we moved all that money into the school district's funding. So the manager had recommended $5 million in his budget, $5 million increase above where the school district was last year. We added about $2 million to it to fund increases for classified workers that are paid below $15, and to help with interpretation services. And, you know, that was great work that our board did. I'm proud of it. We all worked together, the staff was great, and we got it done. And I want to commend the sheriff because he supported this move. He spoke up and said that he agreed and was fine with it. And I'm proud that Sheriff Burke had said that. So we have a situation now where, and let me say, when we started this effort, the district had said they needed 1.8 million to improve, to get the classified employees to $15. But unfortunately, about 11 days ago, when they presented at a budget work session, we learned that the target had moved, and now they said they needed 3.8 million. So we came up with a down payment of about half of the money, and they indicated that was a chunk of money that they could definitely work with. Everyone would get salary increases effective in July, etc. But now we've got this additional gap. Now, normally, if these were normal times, I might go along with the proposal, but what concerns me is that the manager set aside some funds because of the uncertainty. We've already gone into one of the funds and removed $1 million for an important initiative related to COVID. But that, as a result, starting out at the gate, we go into this very uncertain year with fewer resources at our disposal than we might have had. And I think what would make more sense, because I agree this is a huge priority, and again, all these workers will be getting a salary increase within a month. But I would just say that the board in January could look at this, see where the county is, and then decide to, if we're in decent shape and it doesn't look like we need these reserve funds, that we then provide this salary. And I would even say we could designate it, put a circle around it and say, don't spend this unless absolutely necessary. This would be the last money spent, and hopefully spent on these employees. But this is a tough time, and I would just say make the decision in January as to whether you have the ability to do it, and then do it. But within this fiscal year. That way, we could get to the full $15. And I think that would be the responsible route to take.
And so,
Commissioner Howerton?
yeah, I'd like to comment and thank you, Commissioner Rankel. You know, I think we probably spent 8 hours on this conversation. And I thought we got to a good place, but, you know, after talking with the superintendent, talking with my board, you know, and for anybody to say they support our classifieds and talking about racial equity and all this stuff about people need more money. God knows, as a Black woman that has raised 4 children on 2 cents, I know what that means. So I would like for people to make more than $15 an hour. So that is not the issue here. The issue is where we are. And in talking to the superintendent, taking the $4 million off of the table that we were handling the PPE, what we were told is that his budget is fine, and especially given that over $8 million in this DPS's fund balance. So if there is more money that's needed right now, they have the money. So I'm trying to understand, and I know that we've gotten over 100 emails about this, and I have my own conversation about how that's happening. But the school's budget, of course, they can always use more money. There's always more need. There are things that we have to be responsible for right now. I don't think it's ever a time that our schools don't need more money, our teachers don't need more money. But there's an accountability for us to maintain county government that we're just responsible to do. So I think this budget this is the tightest budget I've seen since I've been here in 12 years. And from what my understanding, it will be tighter next year.
Thank you, Commissioner Howerton. Commissioner Hill?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, Commissioner Carter and I and others, we really pushed to get as much as we could for DPS, and I think that was important. In a normal budget year, this would be vital. This would be on the first things that I would want to approve. However, this is not a normal budget year, unfortunately. I know our workers deserve to get $15 an hour. I want them to desperately, and they will. It's going to be half of it. It's going to be this year and half next. In the city, when they moved their workers to $15 an hour, in the best of times, in the best of economic times, they took 2 years. Right? We're doing it in 2 years in hard times, and I think we should be commended for giving them raises. They're going to be the only people that get raises, only public employees that get raises, and like Commissioner Howerton said earlier, I thought we'd come to a conclusion about that after several hours of debate, and I just want to move forward. So I'll call the question.
Okay, I just have a few questions for Keith. Keith, first of all, what was the total Durham Public School request to our board with that we're not funding, even with the additional $1.9 million that we have? Thank you, Commissioner Reckow, for commenting on the hard work that we have done and that we did go and scour our budget and reallocate funding. And thank you to the sheriff for working with us on that. And we did find another $1.9 million to allocate to the schools to go towards the $15 per hour increase. But there was still remaining funding that they had requested related to operations that we are also not addressing. Can you tell us that amount?
Well, Chair Jacobs, there are a couple of things that happened. The initial Board of Education request to the county was an increase of $18.9 million, 18.8 something million dollars. Then the manager recommended a $5.2 million increase from the county, $3.2 million for current expense and $2 million for current capital. Then after the manager's recommended budget came out, I believe the schools came back with a revised downward estimate saying if they can't get the whole $18 million, they really need an additional $3+ million, I believe it was. There was 1.7 initially for the positions, and they had a list of things that showed a minimum need request of $6+ million. So it was $3 million, 3.5, I think, for operational, and then it was $3.8 million on top of that 3.5 if you wanted to go to full funding for $15 an hour. Those numbers were separate, partially part of the $18.8 million, but then there was the increase, as Commissioner Reckow noted, from the original $1.7 million $15 an hour to $3.8 million. So I can't honestly tell you what the total request was. I would suspect by the time you took in the additional amount of funding they needed, they estimated for the $15 an hour, it was over $20 million request to the county in all when they started. But the last thing they showed you all at the May 28th board work session was a request for two things: an additional $3+ million in operational expenditures they said they needed, and then they had off to the side as a second potential request was an additional $3.85 million for the $15 an hour for classified folks.
Okay. I just want to make the point that even though the schools will have a fund balance this year, I think it's about $8 million plus $3 million in operational savings from the schools being closed physically over the past few months. They are going to have to use their fund balance to fund the operational costs that we are not funding in our budget. I do not believe that they will have adequate funding possibly to cover at this point the additional funds needed to get the employees up to $15 an hour. I do think there is the possibility that they will get, some funding from the state that may help. I think Commissioner Carter mentioned that. We don't know yet about that. Keith, also, we allocated $3.67 million from our fund balance. Is that correct? For COVID-related expenses?
Not a fund balance particularly, no ma'am. We allocated $4.5 million as a budgeted. It's undesignated for any particular thing, but $4.5 million for COVID related.
No. I'm talking last month when we did an allocation. We had a special meeting.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
We allocate. Yes, from our general fund.
Yes, that was from fund balance. Yes, ma'am.
Fund balance. Yes. Right. And wasn't it $3.67 million?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
Okay. And is that money all going to be reimbursed through FEMA or the CARES Act?
I do not have a definitive answer for that yet.
Mm-hmm. But that's all COVID-related expenses, is that not?
Yes, ma'am. We would hope to get
Okay.
as much of it, if not all of it, reimbursed
Okay.
if possible.
Right. Well, just the point I want to make is that we took money, $3.67 million, out of our fund balance already to pay for COVID-related expenses that we are ostensibly going to get reimbursed for. So, you know, there is going to be additional revenue that is available. Again, if we had to look at our fund balance, that will be replenished.
So,
Keith,
Madam Chair,
yes.
can you?
Chair, you just made an argument
So,
for not doing this. That's the whole point. We've already gone into fund balance. And I agree with the request earlier. I'd like to call the question on this matter, given, as Commissioner Howerton said, we discussed this for several hours during a work session.
Well, we did, but that was before we also got literally hundreds and hundreds of emails from people in our community, and we've never adopted a budget this early before, and we need to listen to what we're hearing from people in our community.
So, Madam Chair, the other thing that people don't tell the community, they don't give the community all the information. They give them, as board members, we give people bits and pieces of information, but we don't tell them the whole truth. So they're going from the information that we've given them. We didn't tell them that the administration said that taking the PPE off, the $4 million off the table, and the $5.3 million plus the $1.9 million, they are fine. They're in good shape. So I wish we would give people all the information rather than bits and pieces of information so that they understand. And the people that I emailed back, when they got my explanation, they responded, "Thank you for giving me all the information." So I just think we don't tell people the truth. Give people all the information so that they can make decisions with what there is, because we are going into a recession here.
I personally
if the schools comes back in January and need more money, we're here to do whatever we can to make sure that they're whole.
Honestly, for me, this isn't even about funding DPS, believe it or not, y'all. This is about funding city and county employees, the only ones, the very last ones, who aren't making this, critical threshold for survival in a time when they're suffering the most already, probably. We can be congratulatory on getting half of it done, and I am appreciative to Ellen and everyone, the sheriff and all the staff who, really combed the budget to find money. Some of you guys are really, really good at that. But I just don't think it's good enough, and we could do better. We have the money set aside right now for some unidentified need. I can't bear not to spend it right now on needs that we have identified. Some of the most vulnerable people in our community. Frankly, this should have been at the top. This should have been in the budget sooner, and something else should have come out that cost $1.9 million.
And just to reiterate, Keith, we do have a fund that's been set aside. The manager had recommended $4.2 million for COVID-related expenses, which we are allocating $1 million for the Small Business Recovery Relief Fund. And then there's an additional I believe, is it 5 million, Keith?
You're close on both numbers, but slightly off. There's 4.5 million that was originally recommended by the manager for COVID-related issues that may pop up in the next fiscal year. And you are correct. At the June 2nd work session, the board chose to take $1 million of that and allot it for the Duke Small Business Program in concert with the city. So now there's 3.5 million available in that fund. There's also an additional $4.6 million that Claudia and I have noted, and the manager as well, over the course of the manager's recommended budget. That's for economic uncertainty that Commissioner Reckow has noted, and for other things. But yes, that is $4.6 million. It is not currently assigned to any particular budget as of yet.
And related to how we would fund this, Keith, did you have any suggestions on your own?
Madam Chairman.
Yeah.
This is Wendell. Let me weigh in on this issue particularly. Keith is giving you the numbers, but I just want to remind you effectively how we have been mounting costs in this COVID environment. If you recall, a couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation around our planning for the CARES funding, the $5.4 million. At that time, when staff was going through trying to cull through the costs, I think we, in getting the $5.4 million in CARES funding, we were already up north of $6.5 million worth of expenditures. That was a couple of weeks ago. If I had to guess today, that number is probably north of $7 million and some change. Today at 5:15, just as a case in point, we talk about uncertainties. The public health director and I were summoned to a call with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, okay? We have obviously gotten on the radar as it relates to our surge in numbers here in the community, and have been asked to ramp up testing, which also means that we've got to ramp up contact tracing. Now, the number that the public health director and I was given at 5:15 this evening is that we should be doing 10 times more testing than we are doing right now today. Obviously, the more testing we do, as you heard from the public health director, it effectively means, our numbers are probably going to surge as well. But my point is, that came at 5 o'clock this evening, okay? 5:15 on the conference call. I don't know what it's going to mean in the way of cost, given how we are being pushed, quite frankly, by the state, looking at the surge in numbers that we are currently getting to do more testing and all of the contact tracing that goes along with that. Remember, we have not even reopened government officially at this point. Cleaning supplies, PPE, respacing workspaces, and all of those things that are associated with it. If we've spent in the last 2.5 months, north of $7 million already, can't tell you what that number is going to be. So looking at, the $3 million that's left in the COVID fund that we set aside, that money could very easily be eaten up in a matter of, a month to time frame. So I wanted to share that information with you to put it in perspective, and let you know just how serious this situation is, and the unanticipated costs that, quite frankly, could be coming down the pipe. We just do not know. I'll stop there. I'll ask Rod if he wants to share anything else regarding our conversation with the Secretary at 5:15 this afternoon, but I want to make sure I put it in perspective in terms of the uncertainty that we're dealing with in this fiscal climate. Rod, do you have anything you want to add?
I think you pretty much summed it up, Mr. Manager. It's not that Durham County was doing anything bad. I'm pretty sure Mr. Manager can attest to that. It's almost as if we were doing everything the right way. It's just that the Secretary did indicate that from her vantage point around the country, she can see that there's been a need for additional testing. And she did indicate that she had a conversation with the White House Coronavirus Task Force. And there are some counties within North Carolina that are on what they call a watch list. I'm proud to report that Durham County is not, and I'm glad that the manager was there to back me up, to let her know that I did see the data and the information that was presented to me and other health directors, and Durham County was nowhere on that. However, we are in the triangle, and we do have a significant uptick as a result of our massive media campaign to alert the Hispanic community within Durham to go get tested. And with that massive campaign came their call to action, which results in approximately 75 to 80% of our cases currently being within our Hispanic community. So again, the manager is right. There's a significant amount of uncertainty right now. And until a vaccine is developed, which we hope will come soon, there's just that much more uncertainty. So the beat goes on. We continue to move onward. We continue to do the things that we're supposed to do to protect our community. So again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rod. I appreciate how positive you always are. And I just want to note, relating to testing, and we can talk about this more later, Duke has the capacity to do about 2,000 tests a day. I think the issue is more about how we get equitable access to the testing capacity that we do have in our community. And related to the expenses that you just mentioned, Mr. Manager, and thank you for sharing this information with us, I do want to be clear, and we need to be clear to the public, that these expenses are FEMA reimbursable expenses. Can you confirm that we will be applying to FEMA for those?
Yes, we've had that conversation on multiple times. Hopefully all these expenses are in fact reimbursable. But again, you know, when you front money, you need to get the money back in your coffers as quickly as you can. And my concern, once again, is making sure that we've got sufficient cash flow in order to address these issues as they come up. And so what we're talking about, as I've explained on multiple occasions now, is, you know, the cash flow issues. Now, FEMA has essentially, or should I say the state has essentially said to us that unlike past emergencies, we will be able to submit for reimbursement at a much more rapid pace than in the past. And so we've been ready to go through that process and see. But at the end of the day, right now, I don't have any experience in this new environment in respect to suggesting that we are going to be able to, they are going to be able to turn the reimbursement requests around as quickly as they said. Again, you know, we rely on 75% reimbursement coming from Washington, D.C., 25% from the state. And while, you know, the state may be able to do their 25%, I suspect that, you know, they will want to get that first 75% in initially. So, again, it's about cash flow. I think that, you know, we've gone as far as we can go and done as well as we can do in light of the circumstances and try and keep ourselves afloat financially. And I think Commissioner Reckow and Howard and Deal, you know, they all made excellent points in respect to where we are. And, you know, again, 6 months from now, down the road, even if the schools decide to use their own fund balance to do this, if we are in a better position, we can evaluate it at mid-year. And if they use their own fund balance to address this issue, that fund balance money that they have, be reminded, it's one-time money, which in essence means that if things get better next year, okay, we could fund that fully at the beginning of the cycle next year, provided that our revenues don't drop too far. But if they don't pick up, then, you know, we all could be in a situation whereby we've got to revisit our expenditure side of the ledger for a cut. That's just, you know, the uncertainty that's associated with where we are right now. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up, Keith, with Commissioner Reckow's idea about us revisiting this in January, how do we actually commit to that, because we will have a new board at that time. And if this board is going to really commit to that, making that a number one priority in January and looking at our revenues and our fund balance at that point and seeing if we can at least do the $15 an hour for the second part of the year, what would you suggest as a way to actually make a commitment to that within the budget?
Madam Chairman, this is Wendell again. I don't think that that's a key question. I think that that's actually a legal question that you're asking. So we may have to ask Laurel to weigh in. And, so Laurel, the point that I'm trying to essentially make is, if you, Laurel, is one board's decision binding on another board's decision?
Repeat the question, please. Repeat the question, please.
I was just, the chairman had asked if, in fact, there was a way to sort of, I guess, she mentioned the fact that there would be a new board at mid-year. And what I was trying to get clarified was whether or not one board's decision was binding on another board from a legal perspective.
I would think as far as the budget, it is.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So let me say one thing, because, you know, Wendy, you will be on the board, I will be on the board, so will Heidi. We have two new great young ladies coming onto the board, and I believe that all of us are committed to education. We're committed to people being paid fairly. So I don't know where this conversation is coming from, that we would even engage in this kind of conversation. Because what we're saying to the new people is that we don't trust you to come on board to support education. And that should not be a conversation right now.
Commissioner Howerton, with all due respect, that is not what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm saying to the community that we are committed. This is not about that. It's about us making a commitment.
I think we are all committed.
Madam Chair, I think that with you and, as Commissioner Howerton said, you, Commissioner Howerton, and Commissioner Carter, you have a majority of the incumbent board. If the three of you commit that you will look very carefully at the finances and all the projections in January, halfway through the fiscal year, consult with all the right people, the manager and the budget director and the finance director, see where things are, and then make a decision. And as Commissioner Howerton points out, all of you, the 5 women who are on that board, are going to be great proponents of education. So I think if you can see a path forward, it will happen. But you will have more information, you will know better where we stand, and can make a more informed decision. So I'm comfortable that, you know, I won't be there, but I think hopefully you will take the advice and make a good decision at that time. And I think that will be fine for the community. I do want to say, though, that we need to remember where we are. It was just a few weeks ago, it seems, we were at 1,000 COVID cases, and now we're up over 2,000. We have one of the highest rates of COVID cases per capita in the entire state. We just really need to hang in, do all we can to protect our community, to be as resilient as possible, to get through this. But I think, again, these are not normal times. And it's very important that we make wise decisions so that we don't get ourselves out on a limb financially when we don't know what the future holds. In January, I hope you will have a better perspective. I really do.
So thank you, Commissioner Ecker. I appreciate the discussion. I just want to say that I've also been on this board long enough to know that people say things and that just saying you're going to do something isn't enough, and that action is actually what matters. And people say they believe in things, they say they're committed to things, and then it just is words. So again, that is why I was, and I think Commissioner Carter was really focused on trying to take this action, to take the strong action tonight. I understand we don't have the support of the board for that. And the reason I was asking Keith about our budget document, because I was looking for some way that we could be held accountable, and it could be a commitment within our budget. It sounds like it's not. I guess the other remaining issue is related to the position, the additional position. So
Well, we
would
have
like.
a motion on the floor. We've got to carry that motion.
Oh, okay, okay. So, Commissioner Hill, can we go back to your motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair. Yeah, this is
Yes.
Lowell. Let me just clarify one thing. After communicating with both the manager and the finance director, one board cannot commit another board. I think that was the question that you were asking earlier.
Right. But I wasn't interested in that. I was more interested in it being part of our budget document, because that document extends for the entire budget year, and the budget doesn't change in the middle of the year necessarily. I guess it could, but I've never seen, I don't know if I've ever seen any board actually completely redo the budget ordinance in the middle of the year. Okay, so Commissioner Hill, what was your motion?
No,
No,
you
it wasn't a motion. I called the question, which just moved to vote.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, on Commissioner Carter's motion that I seconded.
That's correct.
So we can vote on that, and we'll start with Commissioner Carter on the other end. Commissioner Hill.
No.
Commissioner Reckow.
No.
Commissioner Howerton.
No.
Okay, and I'm a yes, and so the motion fails 3-2. Okay, so thank you for reminding me of that, Commissioner Hill. So then we go back to the other item that was being discussed that I have heard from other commissioners about, which is the position with cooperative extension. Further discussion on that. And Keith, can you remind us of that, what the cost is and which part would be locally funded and which is going to be funded by the state?
This is a cooperative extension agricultural position. I don't know the exact title. It's 60% funded by the county and 40% funded by the state, I believe. Ultimately, the net dollar amount the county would have to pony up is $42,714. My simple proposal would be to, if the board approves that, we would just appropriate general fund balance to support that position, to balance the budget.
Okay. Well, I personally support this. I stated that earlier. I think this is an important investment that we know that we have a lot of small farmers now. We really need to be supporting them and helping them get their GAP certification and helping them bring their product to market. We've done a lot of work with minority farmers, and this is important in terms of building our local food system and all the work that's been happening even during COVID around creating a strong food network. And I'll mention that in our budget is a food security coordinator position that our board has allocated funding for. Okay,
I
so
don't, in your last sentence, Madam Chair, what did you say about a food security coordinator?
we said that we were going to in the budget, our new budget, when we discussed last week, a food security position.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be an additional position.
Right, right.
Again, I'm torn on this one. First of all, unfortunately, it just kind of surfaced in the past few days. I just got information, I guess it was after our last budget work session. So it's hard. And normally, I probably would support it. Again, I'm just trying to ferret out our absolute necessities at this point in time. It's tough because of the uncertainty. So it's not a lot of money, but I'm just struggling with it. And then, of course, we did get a memo from our soil and water district folks that they do some of the same outreach work. So I don't know, this one's hard. I do think we've got to emphasize that our staff need to collaborate as well as possible for us to get the most impact from the staffing we have, because we have people working on agricultural issues in cooperative extension, and then we have people in soil and water working with agricultural issues, and they really, to get the, they need to work together to get the synergy that would enhance the services for our citizens, and we get the most value for the staff dollars we're already committed to.
Well, I would just say in response, Commissioner Eckert, we got emails from 2 of our local farmers who are leaders, and especially they help lead the South Durham Farmers Market, and they said that they need more help, that we are understaffed with support to farmers. And I'm a former member of the Farmland Board, and Commissioner Carter can speak to the situation over the past 4 years. But my experience was that Mike Dupree was completely overworked. He needed more support, and that we actually did not have enough capacity. And I think that's what led Donna Rewalt to actually seek additional funding, which she, worked really hard on and was able to get from the state. And I would like to support those efforts. Commissioner Carter, do you want to comment as a Farmland Board member?
I will, but I was just going to say, I see that I think Donna posted in chat. She can say whatever I would say is a lot better.
Okay. Do you want to chime in? Could you please comment here?
This is Donna. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, you are welcome. I wasn't sure if you could use my input or not. So a couple of things that I just wanted to mention. One, we collaborate very closely with Soil and Water. We work together hand in hand. We have monthly meetings. We collaborate regularly. We work on the agricultural development grants. Those are distinctly different types of activities. This is very much a position that we have been looking at for some time. We are understaffed in comparison with urban communities of our size in terms of agriculture. A lot of people don't think about agriculture and Durham in the same breath, but we have nearly 300 farm enterprises in Durham County. We're often younger. We often have more farmers of color. I think one of the interesting things about Durham is that we have many small and entrepreneurial type farms. So we have folks who are growing a lot of food on very small acreage. So it's a very urban environment that's producing food and other products, as well as emerging issues such as hemp and other newer products that people are interested in. What we found is we don't have the capacity to adequately address and support the farmers. For example, GAP certification is a complex process that really needs a lot of support from staff people to help them get through that extensive process. We only have one GAP certified farmer. GAP certification is required to sell to schools and to jails. And right now, what we're finding is that our farmers have developed a renewed interest in GAP because of the economic downturn, the difficulty in the food system and getting products to market. And we don't have the capacity to provide that level of support. Additionally, COVID's also brought up the fact that people want to make money on the side, raising new products. They also want to grow their own food. And so we're getting a lot of requests beyond what we had already requested. We made this request starting in last December in developing this request. So a lot of thought had gone into it. However, what we've also found is that COVID has exacerbated the needs in our agricultural development. We work very closely also, I will say, with Soil and Water to make sure we do not duplicate services. And we have worked as efficiently as we possibly can. We know how to stretch a dollar, we know how to stretch staff, and we have stretched staff about as far as they can be stretched. And our community is asking us for more help. And that's really where this has also come from. Every meeting I go to with growers, with new farmers, they ask, where can we get more help? How can Durham help us more? They often will also sometimes go out of county to seek some of that help as well. I have a lot of data and a lot of details. I'm happy to provide more, but that's kind of a little bit of an overview of where we are.
So, Madam Chair, let me just ask a couple of questions here.
Sure, go ahead.
And Donna, you're right where I've been asking. I think the last conversation we had was about the data that I still have not seen. So there are two things. I've not seen the data, and the GAP certification. We hired someone, was it 2 years ago, to help with GAP certification? Did we do that? Is Eddie on the phone, on the line? I remember us having the conversation about GAP certification and hiring somebody to help with that. So are we talking about hiring a different person? And then, while I'm asking questions, let me put one more out there. The $40,000 that you got in the grant, what happened to that money? So there are three different questions that I'm asking you.
So a grant. So the staff person, this is an extension agriculture agent focused on small farms and local food. So it is a distinctly different position. I am not aware of a GAP specific position being funded. GAP is a concern to all of us in both of our departments. So we definitely talk and collaborate around that. And in terms of grant funding, in this particular case, the funding we're talking about would be state allocated funding for this position. And I'm not sure which grant funding we might be speaking of. If we're talking about the agricultural economic development grants, that's money that's allocated annually that Soil and Water manages, and we also support. So we're actually on that team, and we also help support that. That, for example, only funds 6 farmers last year in terms of some projects, but we have way more than that needs some assistance, and a lot of that is technical staff assistance that we can provide. The information, and I apologize, this came up for me suddenly as well. We prepared these requests months ago, and what brought it to light particularly was the request of the community to address this and provide more information, and I was asked to provide that information, and I did on Friday, and it went to the commissioner's email address, which should have gone to all of the commissioners, I believe, but I apologize if you did not see that. It was a lot of detailed information. So if there's another grant that I'm missing.
I just want to.
Yeah, I just, I was on the Soil and Water Board for 6 years, so I definitely support my farmers. I just need to understand your rationale for what you are presenting, and if I don't get all the information, it's hard for me to rationalize why I'm making the decision that I need to make.
Right. I certainly.
Can I just jump in, Donna? Donna sent us extensive information. I'm sorry if you didn't see it, but she did. And
Well,
I also want to clarify about the
but
GAP certification. Donna, the GAP certification the Commissioner Howerton is referring to is funding that we provided for grants to help people cover the cost of going through the certification. It was not for a position. It was to help support people going through the process.
That is correct. And so part of the challenge is helping people get to that point of getting through the process. And one thing we recognize is that they need additional support. And that's just one of many aspects.
Is this what this person would be doing? Would be helping people get through the GAP certification?
That is a piece of what this person could do. So it's an urban agriculture position so we do education and training and direct support on site. So we go into the field, we help a farmer with any of the technical issues that they may have. We know that we have new and small farms, a lot of emerging farmers as well. They're often focused now on specialty crops like microgreens or rice that are not typical in Durham County and don't look like a traditional farm or what we expect. We have individuals who are trying to grow a market garden on a couple of acres, and we know that they also need support to sell and market their services in the local community. We have recently, in recent years, I sent a lot of data on hemp. Hemp has really taxed the staff that we do have, which is also one of the reasons for the request. It's a very popular crop, but involves strict licensing by the state and a lot of support to navigate that process. It's also a difficult crop to grow. We now have 11 licensed hemp growers in Durham County, and we probably weekly get requests to talk about growing hemp. And so that crop in particular is very time intensive, also has potential economic aspects to it as well for a grower to adopt that crop because it's very new and has a lot of challenges. So, you know, there are many reasons. We know that we have one agriculture staff person who provides that technical assistance, and in most counties our size, there are actually in all counties our size. I'm sorry, not even most. There are 2 people. This person is tasked with doing all farms and agriculture and also all commercial landscape, all commercial ornamental, so that's your flowers and folks who raise those items, our Master Gardener program, and all educational services for homeowners. And it has reached a point where we are not providing services to farmers because we cannot. And you know, we've documented that, and so the state has allocated 40% of the funding for this position, and we want to take advantage of that. We don't know what future funding will look like. Once we have the position in place, we understand we should be able to keep it in place.
So just one other clarification, and the information that you sent that the chair was referring to, I have that information and I read through it. And what you said, and what I was alluding to was the $43,338,000. And then it says for 0.6 FTE. So can you clarify what that means?
Yeah, so it's 1 FTE would be 1 full-time equivalent. That would be 1 position. And we're asking the county to pay for 0.6 of that position, which is 60% of the position. The state will contribute 0.4 or 40% of that position.
And what is the total of that?
So the total is around $70,000. The county would be paying $42,714, and the state would be paying the remainder. And that would be a permanent position.
Well, Madam Chair, I feel as though we've gotten finally a good explanation, and given the match, I would be willing to support this, and our budget director says he can find 42,000. So if you want a motion on that, I guess I would make it.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter, and we'll take a vote, starting with Commissioner Howerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Heck yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, I'm glad that was unanimous. All right, my question to you, Keith, is how do we do this now? Because I had asked you earlier to prepare some options, but the manager then directed you not to do that. So how do we
Madam
go
Chairman.
ahead and do that? Yes.
The board needed to have this deliberation before we knew whether or not we were going to amend the budget ordinance that you directed us to do last week. And so if you want to essentially amend the budget ordinance by the $40,000, then we can simply do that.
Okay. So, Keith, do you have what you need for us to be able to move forward?
Yes, ma'am. Just for clarification, and so we're on the
Okay.
record to make sure I understand and that I'm clear with the manager, we will appropriate $42,000, $42,714 more county funding in the cooperative extension budget for a new position, and we will offset that expenditure increase with a general fund balance increase of an equal amount, $42,714. We will produce and give to the clerk to the board tomorrow a revised budget ordinance.
Okay. All right. So when we vote, do we have to recognize that it's different than what is it before us?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know in my 20-plus years that we've done it on the night of budget ordinance approval. I checked with another budget director, and I think it can be done that way. We can check with Lowell, but I think the manager is confident that, yes, you can do that. And that's why I wanted to say it clearly, that what you're doing is approving the budget ordinance with it amended, and we will show the amended budget tomorrow, increasing the cooperative extension budget by $42,714 and increasing general fund balance appropriated as the offsetting revenue by an equal amount. I hope saying that and then producing the ordinance tomorrow is enough for you to vote on it tonight and approve the overall FY 2021 budget.
Well, Madam Chair, I would be willing to make a motion that we approve the budget, including the amendment just articulated by the budget director.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Howerton, and we will take a voice vote, starting with Commissioner.
Hey, please.
Oh, wait. Yes.
I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Can you state that again,
Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Reckow?
Motion. I didn't make a motion.
Well, I put forward a motion to approve the budget with the amendment that was just articulated by the budget director that would increase the budget and cooperative extension by $42,000,
$714, yes.
$714.
Thank you. So does that then that we're done discussing the budget? I thought we might be talking something about the tax assistance grant. Following the hundreds of emails that we've gotten, I thought maybe this would be on the table for discussion again tonight. Not that, mainly what I am seeking, I guess, here is just some very specific clarity about what we're doing next.
I think that's a good point.
Especially in response to the mayor's letter today, I just, I want to be sure that we're all on the same page with what we are doing next.
Right. Thank you. So before we vote on the budget, just to get clarity, we directed, and we can hear what the interpretation of staff was. It's my understanding that we gave direction to our staff at our last budget meeting that they would come back to us with a property tax relief program that would also be incorporating the impacts of COVID-19, trying to address those as well. So not just low-income property tax relief, but also recognizing that there now are other needs related to people who have lost their jobs, related to COVID, and who have mortgages, trying to pay their mortgage, and are going to have trouble paying their taxes. And a proposal, we asked Brian Mardell and Dwayne Brinson and Claudia Hager to all work together. I've also suggested that they also work with Jim Savara and the members of the Coalition for the Affordable Housing and Transit as well, to try to work together and come up with something to bring back to us to consider at our July 13th meeting. And that we would be looking again at some of the existing pots of money we have, the set aside for COVID relief and the set aside for uncertainties as possible funding sources for this type of program. That was my interpretation, but I would, if it's different than what staff understood, then please make sure we can get clarity on that.
Chair Jacobs.
Yes.
That's what
I think I hear Dwayne. Okay.
Yeah, I was just
Dwayne?
going to say, Chair Jacobs, that was my understanding as well. We are, I've been on Google just about every night trying to find a creative way to make this happen for the board. So we are working to find a solution for the board's goal on this, and we hope to have some information for the board at July 13th. We will have something for the board at the July 13th meeting to consider.
Thank you. Thank you. And this, again, is a priority for all of us. And we have heard the community on this. We know this is a priority. And of course, we welcome the city being a partner in helping to fund this as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Carter.
I appreciate that clarification from both you and Dwayne. I just want to be sure that we're asking our administration to bring forward a proposal for a program that the county will be prepared to fund in time to include in tax statements sent to homeowners in August for countywide tax assistance for long-term low-income homeowners. I couldn't tell for sure that's what we're asking for. That's my priority. I want, I want our legal team to figure out what we can do and work with our tax office to bring forward a proposal for county-wide tax assistance for long-term low-income homeowners. And I'd like for it to begin this fiscal year. That's what the city is saying they're ready to appropriately vet and then be prepared to join us in this sort of funding. That's what I'm hoping we're asking for.
Well, let me just say though that given the legal opinion that we got about 10 days ago, I'm not sure that the specifications that you just laid out, Commissioner Carter, can be achieved. We operate under the Machinery Act. There's strict state statutes, and our county attorney basically said that an outright grant type program may put us in legal trouble and that we could personally be sued. So I think what we need to do is not specify what it is. We've asked them to look at all options that are available, that we could use, but that are legal. I think that's the important thing here in terms of how we proceed, that we don't hamstring them, that they look at possibilities that may exist that we can do and that they don't think will get us into legal trouble.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Carter wholeheartedly. I definitely want to support tax breaks for long-term, low-wealth residents in Durham. And what I'm fearing is, as Commissioner Reckow has stated, from the advice that we received 10 days ago, that this is morphing into something wholly different than that. And it's concerning to me. We saw with the federal PPP program, a lot of times the recipients of these programs, while they may have been injured, they may well be in a position to better protect themselves. We had large corporations, we had well-financed corporations that were getting PPP money that eventually were shamed into giving it back. And I'm feared that that's the road we're taking here. So I do want to do something to help our long-term, low-wealth, low-income residents. But as I said, I fear this is morphing into a wholly different project. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Well, then could I at least request that our administration, I imagine they're planning to do this, but I just would like to be sure that our administration will meet with these community groups who are supporting the tax assistance measure and work in good faith to reach an agreement with them.
I think that's a great suggestion.
On our behalf, right? Trying to help us get what we want.
Yes. And I had suggested that as well. And so, Dwayne, could you respond to that?
We'd be happy. I would be happy to meet with the community groups. Doing so virtually, however we can make that happen, and get their input and helping us move something forward for the board. I think we're happy to do that.
Great. Well, thank you. I know there's not a lot of time before July 13th, but this is definitely an urgent issue, and appreciate you doing that.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Whatever program the county comes up with, has the city promised to go half?
Yes, they sent us a letter that was sent to all of us today from the mayor.
I did not see a commitment that they would do half.
Well, we obviously, once we know what we're looking at, then we can get to the next step. But that's a great question. So that's a great question.
In the beginning, it was not half. So I just like you to have a conversation, since you had the meetings with them. If and when is their commitment to do half?
Well, no, we've all been together at all the meetings. They've been at the Joint City-County Planning Committee. That's when this has been discussed with all of us.
Madam Chair, they did send out a letter, and there was no commitment to do half.
Right. Okay. Well, we will, when we have something to bring to them. They said they want to participate in a plan that our staff comes up with. So when we have something, then we can get to the next step. But this has only been discussed at joint city-county meetings with everyone present.
Madam Chair, again,
yes.
I received a letter, and so did you.
Right.
It didn't say half.
Right. I hear you, and that's a very good point.
We can move.
That's a very good point.
We can move on, but I want us to pay attention to that.
Yes.
And the half shouldn't be both the grant, but both the support and the administration. Actually should be more than half, because they are the beneficiaries of $2.5 million of our money. So we're the poor kids on the block here.
Well, we would have had the beneficiary of additional income if we had other interlocal agreements also revised. But anyway, so we will is that enough clarity for you, Commissioner Carter, at this point, related to the tax relief program? And I'm glad you raised that so that the community can understand that we are addressing that and we're committed to that and moving
Commissioners,
Yes.
This is Keith Lane. I
Yes.
feel like I would be remiss if I didn't point out that once you approve the budget tonight, the tax rate that you approve is frozen for a year. Cannot go back and change, and that is the only sort of viable, significant revenue source you have as an option. So once you approve that tonight and you move forward potentially next year, you've already discussed potentially supporting additional funding for DPS as revenues come in and we see some of our expenditure trends and things of that nature. If this tax issue is significant enough, the only place that I can imagine that money coming from would be from fund balance, or possibly any savings from COVID money or something like that. I only say you have limited choices after tonight to implement something of any significant value.
Well, I think we're going to try to do what we can, understanding that we want to get started and it can be a first phase and we may have limited resources for it, but I think it's important to start implementing something knowing that it can expand in the future. We've been discussing this for a long time. Yes.
Madam Chair, I just want to bring one thing up. I still think long term, we have got to be having conversations with the General Assembly about changing the state statute. Other states, as I've pointed out, provide homeowner relief and legitimize it so that you're not on a you're not skating on thin ice. I think that we should have that conversation with our General Assembly members. It dawned on me today that we have not had a legislative meeting this year. It's maybe the first year I can remember. Obviously, conditions are different, but we could set up a virtual meeting with our legislators to explain the issues. And beyond that, I'd like, as I did communicate with one of our legislators today about the fact that there is more COVID money that came in the CARES Act that the state hasn't spent yet. They left about half of it untouched, although I think they just in the past few days appropriated some money for the state out of that $2 billion. But if there's more money available for counties, we need to point out that 3 counties got way more than the other 97 counties got, and that a consideration should be given to the counties that have the higher numbers per capita for COVID, and that maybe there should be some other metrics used so that there's a little more fairness in appropriating money going forward.
Well, that's an excellent suggestion, and we can follow up with Monica and Deborah to help us set up that conversation. And of course, Dwayne can help give us some guidance about exactly what we should be requesting from the General Assembly. So that's a really great suggestion. Okay, so are there any other issues that we need to clarify before we vote on the budget ordinance? Okay, so I think we had I forget now who made a motion. I don't remember who made the motion the second. Was it Commissioner Reckow and Commissioner Howerton?
Yeah, I think Reckow made the motion and I seconded it.
Okay. All right, so this is to vote on, again, going back to the, Commissioner Reckow included the revision for the additional soil and water position. I mean, not soil and water, God, cooperative extension. Okay, So we will vote starting with you, Commissioner Howerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
With apologies to our fantastic budget staff, there's so much about this budget I really like, but I cannot, in good conscience, approve this budget if it continues to leave our classified staff below the critical threshold for survival, the ones who work in DPS, so I vote no.
And I'm going to have to follow your lead on that, Commissioner Carter. I do feel that in this time where we have to really make strong commitments based on what the events over the past week, and it's a time for change, and I think that supporting our classified staffs would have been a very important message about what we're willing to really focus on. So I'm also going to vote no. So that would be a 3-2 vote on the budget, and the budget ordinance passes 3-2. And I just wanted to highlight, as Commissioner Reckow started, the important work that our board did do to really look at the manager's recommended budget, and with the perspective of what can we do to address the concerns in our community, what can we do to put people first, what can we do to address disparities. And so along with the additional $1.9 million for classified staff, our board also allocated funding for a full-time Spanish interpreter, which was something that was really requested in the Latinx community. We also allocated funding for to help address equitable digital access by doing a broadband study to make sure all corners of the county have equitable digital access. In addition, which was already mentioned, we allocated $1 million to match $1 million in Duke funding and the City of Durham funding for, as requested by the Small Business Coalition and small businesses, and especially minority, women-owned businesses in our community. Again, which has already been mentioned, we're funding a local, a food security coordinator position to help continue making sure that the needs of our seniors, our adults, and children for food are met. And so there is a lot of really, really important work and important priorities that are reflected in this budget. And I want to again thank my fellow board members for all of your hard work and creative outside-the-box thinking. I want to thank the staff for all of your, again, answering our endless questions, providing us information, and again, also your creative thinking. I want to thank the manager for all of your work on the budget, and I appreciate you setting aside the COVID fund and the other fund, and also prioritizing Durham County employees and making sure that we are keeping everybody employed in Durham County government and making that a priority. And I would...
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reckow.
You mentioned that we had created a food security position. It's my understanding that during that discussion, one of our staff members said that there was a position that could be kind of...
Oh, you're right. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Renamed, that there was... So it's not really a new position.
You're right. It's a reallocation.
Reallocation.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. That's right. Thank you. Okay. So we are now going to move on to the next item, which is to get a proposal for the Durham County Coronavirus Relief Fund Plan. And Jody, are you leading this, or Claudia, or who is? No.
Madam
let's see.
Chair,
Yes.
I will. Jody Miller will.
Okay,
So, Monica,
Jody. Thank you.
will you bring up item? Because we are running late into the evening, I'm going to walk us through this rather quickly. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The board is requested to review and discuss and approve the proposed CRF plan for Durham County based on discussions and guidance from the board this evening. The plan must be submitted to the North Carolina Pandemic Recovery Office, also known as NC Pro, by June 15, 2020. NC Pro advises that the plan can be amended after the June 15th deadline based on the changing COVID-19 response needs. The U.S. Department of Treasury has indicated that CARES funding, that's the federal funding that flows through the state, which is CRF funding, is designed to provide short-term and quick support funding to respond to the pandemic. The proposed plan uses the new guidance provided by NC Pro to use FEMA reimbursement first to maximize federal funding coming to North Carolina. The state has agreed to continue to provide the required 25% match for FEMA reimbursement. The proposed plan provides information on expenditures to date, projected expenditures until December 31st, 2020, and recommended CRF expenditures based on leveraging available FEMA and CRF expenses. Proposed revisions to the plan have been highlighted in red on the attachment with your agenda and also on the screen. Due to the duration of the emergency, FEMA is using a quarterly review and approval process for COVID-19 expenses, which could expedite county reimbursement. As illustrated on the proposed plan, a majority of the $5.48 million can be used to cover the county's direct COVID expenditures to date, even with FEMA reimbursements being pursued first. So I'll walk the board quickly through the work that's been done since the last time we discussed this during budget work sessions. You'll see on the proposed plan that the updates and revisions have been included in red. Specifically, we've included a column that looks at the amount that we would officially submit to the state for our CRF funding, as well as we've added an additional column that gives some additional information about what would be FEMA reimbursable and what would be CRF reimbursable. And as mentioned, we do have to submit this, at least the first version of it, by June 15th. So looking under category 1, we have revised this number. Originally, we had put a $50,000 placeholder on it. With consultation with public health, that's been increased by $10,000. $50,000 of it would go to upgrade their Panther machine, which would be used to process COVID tests, and another $10,000 would be used to purchase about 2,000 test kits. Looking at the second category, can we go to the next page, Monica? The public health expenses. This number, we just refined it a little bit based on looking at current expenses and what may be FEMA reimbursed as compared to the state CRF funding. One of the questions the board had was specifically the amount of spent to date on these public health expenses. The last 2 pages of this plan provides that detailed information. So you'll see to date the services and contracts of money we've spent to date on directly public health expenses related to the COVID response. So we're looking at $1.43 million. The next page, Monica. The next page looks at payroll expenses. This has been also refined and updated as well. If you'll recall, the guidelines for CRF funding allows for salary costs for those essential public safety workers to be covered through this funding, which FEMA public assistance will not cover the base salary. So you'll see the number we have there looks at covering base salaries for those essential employees to include benefits and also the hazard differential 10% pay as well. The next page, Monica. Okay. Expenses for, again, looking at about $2.17 million. you'll see these types of expenses that have been covered in the additional pages that we've provided here today, or what we would project the expenses to be going into the end of the calendar year. These things would be things that help us support housing for a homeless population that would require social distancing and all the support services and wraparound services they would need. It would also look at working with our vulnerable seniors and providing food programs and those kind of things for people who are experiencing COVID-19. So all those expenses that we had to date or we potentially would project for the future could be covered in this area. The next page, Monica, please. Okay, number 5 was looking at economic support in connection with COVID-19. We did not budget any money here. This was based on the board's discussion at the last budget work session and your decision to dedicate $1 million to the small business fund with Duke and the city as well, and taking that money out of the COVID-19 direct allocation included in the manager's recommended budget. So at this point, since that decision was made, we did not include any funding within the proposed plan that's due on June 15th. And then on the last area, this was sort of the catch-all area. If you recall, last time we discussed it, we had a number of P card balances that we needed to reconcile, and we're still in the process of doing that as it related to direct response for COVID. And once that work is done by finance, we can add those dollars to the other categories. They would be covered. So that's why you see that number sort of pulled out. So once we started tracking this information, looking at the number, you'll see we've been able to come up with that $5.48 million that we can easily submit to the state for reimbursement for primarily the existing costs that the county has expended for the COVID response. As you recall, we've also gave you a sense of costs to date, but also projected costs too, just to give the context as with the COVID response, if we continue to respond at the pace we're responding, these are the kind of numbers we could potentially look at as far as what the needs would be. There's lots of other federal and state money that's in discussions now, and so there could be a chance that we will receive additional infra money, but what you see before you is just the initial plan for that $5.48 million that's been allocated to Durham County. So with that being said, and I walked you through it rather quickly, we will answer any questions that the board has this evening. Our request would be to provide some guidance and approval for submission of this plan so that we can meet the June 15th deadline.
Okay, thank you, Jody, and thank you for your work on what's been kind of a moving target here. And I have some questions, but I will open it first to other commissioners.
Madam Chair, I have a question or two. Jody, I guess it was number 1, you mentioned funding for, and I thought you mentioned 2,000 tests.
Yes.
That just seemed like not very many tests, given the size of our community. So could you explain what?
So Director Jenkins, are you still on the call? Could you give some background on the 2,000 test number?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here. For the most part, we are, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For the most part, we're not directly providing testing within the public health department. However, we do know, Commissioner Reckow and others, that there may come a time where we may need to do something in an emergency fashion. So we, in turn, working with our current lab provider, explored options that they have available, and then we decided to just really get 2,000 initially just to test them out and see how it works, in hopes of increasing that at a later date. But I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so this would be just maybe a beginning, but we might get more tests later, depending.
Absolutely, Commissioner Reckow.
Thank you. And then, Jody, am I as I looked at this, it seemed as though what you're trying to do with this plan is show flexibility in the sense that we don't know exactly how much we will get in reimbursement. So you're trying, it seems like you're trying to be able to be flexible and amend categories depending on how the FEMA reimbursements go. Am I correct on that or not?
That is correct. With the guidance from NC Pro that was reversed about 2 weeks ago, that gave the instruction to look for FEMA reimbursement first, we really took a long, hard look. And when I say we, I really have to, it's the emergency services team and finance team. Jim Groves and Leslie O'Connor and Susan Tezai and Crystal Lee Wright, they are the four who kind of rolled up their sleeves and looked at what our expenses were to date, or what we would project them to be, and looked at the guidelines for both reimbursement from FEMA, but also what we could use the CRF funding. And so looking at those areas to give us, one, an opportunity to make sure we cover the county's cost, and we're following the guidelines that have been provided. Two, to give us flexibility that we need in order to, if we need to go back and amend this plan because there has been another issue that we need to address in our community, to give us the opportunity to do that. But the third piece of it, and you'll recall we talked about this previously, that the CRF funding will also be subject to state audit. And so that is a more rigorous audit than typically the federal dollars would require. And so making sure that we would meet the requirements for that audit were also taken into consideration. And so when we looked at the numbers and we thought about all those areas, this is how we were able to create this plan for the board's consideration.
Okay. And then if we go down, scroll down in the slides category, is it 2 where we have the staff expense? No, go one more.
It's 3, the payroll expenses.
Payroll expenses. Okay, so that's a really big item for us. What I was curious about is, of course, we have payroll expenses for those staff normally without COVID. So with this, are we then able, and I know we're paying them a supplement, the people who are directly working on this, we were providing a 10% supplement, but, and I don't know if there's been overtime, but do these expenses include the base salary also? Because it just is such a high number.
It does, and this is an area where the funding differs quite a bit, in that the CRF funding allows us to cover the base as well as overtime and hazard pay for those employees that are providing direct response for the pandemic. And so you'll see in the notes section, it provides a little bit more detail there. But because it allows to cover the base, it allows it to cover benefits and then our hazard pay. That's why you see that number higher.
So that is an interesting thing in the sense that that helps relieve some pressure on our base budget to some degree.
I would say that it may help in short term, but you see how large the number may grow depending on the level of response. And that's what is that is the uncertainty that we keep speaking of as it relates to the COVID response. There's a lot of uncertainty. And so trying to put together a plan that takes us all the way out to the end of the calendar year is challenging.
I see. Well, I appreciate the work, but when I first looked at it, I was a little confused, and then I realized this is all about flexibility and trying to get as much out of each of the programs as we can. So, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question, Jody. Can you just clarify the process again? In terms of that, do we now have to first apply to FEMA? And at what point, if you can clarify how it works with applying for FEMA first, and then at what point are we allowed to apply for the CARES Act funding?
So they're asking that we apply for FEMA funding first as far as priority order. But in order to go ahead and draw down this money, the state is asking that we go ahead and submit our plan by June 15th of this month. So this money that you see here, our $5.48 million, we would submit, and that money would then start to flow back to essentially reimburse us from some of those existing costs that the county has made to date. And then what we would do is, in addition to that, also be submitting for reimbursement to FEMA for any of those additional costs, which we know is greater than the $5.48 million to start that process. As Manager Davis had indicated, FEMA is starting a new reimbursement process for the pandemic. It's new for them, where they're going to try to approve reimbursements on a quarterly basis. And so we'll have to see how that process plays out as far as when the Durham County actually sees its reimbursement. But that's the guidance that NC Pro has provided. I know that the state is also very anxious to show, have the plan submitted and start pulling that money down to start showing how North Carolina is spending this money in hopes of getting additional federal resources to North Carolina. And so they really want to go ahead and get this, at least the initial submission submitted, so they can start pulling down the money and pay it to communities to start that process.
Okay, so just to clarify, we are going to basically get the CARES Act funding first, and then when that runs out, we will just be focusing on the FEMA reimbursement. Is that correct?
We will do the first round of the CARES money. We'll do the 5.48, and I would say probably a better way to describe it is in parallel with starting to submit for the FEMA reimbursement. So, and that the FEMA reimbursements will be an ongoing process as we continue to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. We will learn at some point, whether there'll be additional federal and state funding available, and then we'll have to determine how we would like to use that if it's available.
Madam Chair, then I'm confused again, because Jody, I thought earlier you said, I thought we were going to go after the FEMA money and then use the CARES Act where we didn't get FEMA, and I thought that was the guidance from the state. So now I'm totally confused.
Ellen, you are exactly right. That is the exact guidance that we got in the new guidelines from NC Pro. Essentially, what we are being programmed to do through NC Pro is to draw down on the public assistance dollars first, because the state wanted to fall back, take that approach, because for every 25 cents that we spend in the state, obviously we get 75 cents from FEMA. So it's that old business adage of making sure that you use, the other folks' money before you spend your own, in order to maximize it. And so that's the approach and the guidelines that came out of NC Pro as a result of that last minute change. But what Jody, I believe, was trying to express was, for those things that are in that first tranche of expenditures that we have that don't qualify, then as a FEMA reimbursement, then we will use the CARES money to cover those costs. Is that correct, Jody?
It is, and to be clear, like I said, the NC Pro office was very clear on their sort of expectation on wanting to have the plans submitted so they could start pulling down this federal money and providing it, the CARES funding to communities, in order to show that North Carolina was using and spending the money in order to assist to get future dollars.
But that, that's not consistent with the guidance to go after the FEMA money first, so that we can leverage that and still have the CARES. I mean,
Yeah, so it's also, Commissioner Reckow, it's also a matter of timing. So FEMA dollars, the reimbursement can start as early as January, because that's in some areas, that's when the pandemic started. Whereas the CRF funding, it gives the March 20th date. That's when the expenses would qualify from March to the end of the calendar year. So part of it is also an issue of timing as to when the federal government recognized the pandemic started and therefore can be reimbursed for those expenses, and then the time frame for when the CRF plans and funding is available as well. And that's the tricky part. As you mentioned, the flexibility on this is looking at almost expense by expense and lining it up not only with the requirements and the criteria, but also the time frame, and making sure we're leveraging those dollars to the best of our ability.
It seems like once we got the green light to go after the FEMA dollars, which we didn't have initially from the state, but now that we do, we learned that in the past 10 days, it seems like we should submit to FEMA ASAP and try to get the lay of the land, because we have to spend the state money by the end of December. So we have some time. I don't know. I agree with what the manager just articulated and what I thought I read somewhere, and then you confirmed initially, that to try to draw in as much money as we can, because here again, the CARES Act funding really is not what it should be for Durham, given the extent of our need. We really need to leverage as much as possible and pull in as many resources as we possibly can. So going after the fast and seeing what we get back makes a lot of sense.
So we would agree, and we are working on a process internally to start that process for submission. But it's, as you can imagine, it's a pretty extensive process and detailed paperwork process to make sure that we're doing it correctly. But I think it's also important to think about and understand the time frames for the different funding sources. As I mentioned, the FEMA reimbursement has an earlier window where we could seek reimbursement. The CRF has a very defined time frame for when we can seek reimbursement from March to the end of the calendar year, which FEMA reimbursement will be beyond the calendar year. And knowing what we know now, there's a good chance we still may have expenses as we deal with the pandemic. And so that's what we're trying to do based on the information we have today. The great thing about this process is it has some flexibility to amend the plan if we need to. The staff at NC Pro has indicated they expect communities and counties to amend their plan because it's a changing situation. But they're really looking to at least get an initial plan to start pulling down those federal dollars to make the case at the federal level that North Carolina is spending the money and we need more money in support of the pandemic.
So Jody, just to keep it moving and let other commissioners speak, I don't understand looking at the list of expenses, the reference to cleaning some of the libraries that aren't open. Was that just projecting a future cost? Because we wouldn't be cleaning libraries now that aren't open. So could you explain that?
Give me a moment to find it.
It was in some of the information that I had, read previously.
The detailed information. So I believe that is correct, Chair Jacobs, that we were thinking about with the janitorial, I see it right here, the janitorial expenses. Some of those are current expenses or previous expenses, but also we're thinking about reopening and what does reopening look like as far as preparing our libraries or other facilities for reopening, and then continuing that, because we know in order to reopen safely, there are certain public health practices that we're going to need to follow, and that intense cleaning and cleaning often is going to be part of that. So as I said, a lot of the information you see are things we spent to date, but also things that we know are going to be immediate expenses that we're going to need to expend before now and the end of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments from other board members? I guess my one final comment is just in general to you, Jody, and everyone who's working on this. This was raised earlier. There are also lots and lots of other pots of money available, and you know, I know that several board members have raised this, wondering what is the strategy around doing a real assessment of what is out there, other ways to apply for federal CARES Act money and state money. There are grants open. I mean, I know that thanks to Drew and Ari and other EOC members and Kim Shaw at the Volunteer Center, somebody saw a grant and applied to FEMA, and we got 100,000 masks delivered last week. Like, oh my God. And then we know that Andy and others and Casey and a whole team is working on applying for an EDA grant that can really help us with retraining people who are unemployed. But again, I'm wondering, what is our strategy? And I guess even asking the manager, what is the plan for us, you know, getting ahead of all of these opportunities out there?
Madam Chairman, I spoke to that last week at our last budget deliberation when this question came up, and I'll essentially just repeat it again. But Jody, along with Joanne and our EOC staff, we will all effectively make a deliberate effort to look at all of the funding opportunities that are out there and where we see fit, try and certainly make application to ease this burden in every aspect that we can. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members? I think we maybe have talked about this enough, Jody. I think you're going to be an expert on this more than you ever wanted to be. So we appreciate you coming up with this plan. It looks great. And do we need to take any formal board action at this point?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
You need to go ahead and approve the submittal of the plan.
Okay. All right. So I would entertain a motion and a second to submit this CRF plan.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Howerton, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and we'll do a voice vote, starting with Commissioner, I forget which way we went. I try to go back and forth. I'll start with Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, and thank you again to Jody and Jim and Leslie, everyone who helped work on this. Appreciate it.
And Chair Jacobs, a special thank you to our emergency services staff with Jim Groves and Leslie O'Connor, and our finance staff, Susan Keysi, as well as Crystal Lee Wright, who really sort of rolled up their sleeves and did this work and will continue to do this great work for us. So a special thank you to them.
Thank you.
Hi,
Sounds
Chair
like you'll have-
Jacobs.
Yes.
I just wanted to remind everyone of the time. It's 10:03, and we do still have 2 additional items left on the agenda.
Okay, we have the CIP and the report on COVID. Okay, thank you, Monica. What will we do without you? Okay, discussion on the CIP, and let's see, Claudia and Keith, are you presenting this item?
Right, Keith?
Sorry, Commissioner. Chair Jacobs, I happened to undo my microphone there and get on point here. I hope you all can see my screen. I've tried to share the screen. Can everyone see what I'm showing? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
I'll wait for you, Commissioner Jacobs.
okay, yes, now it's up.
Okay, great. So I'm going to give you a quick overview, and I'm going to try to go through this fairly quickly because it is 10:03, maybe now 10:05, Monica. What I want to focus on, I'm going to focus on first major changes between the approved CIP that was approved by the board in June of 2019 and the revised CIP, which had discussions all the way through this last fiscal year up through major changes that were made in February after intense discussions with Durham Public School Board of Education, and then in an effort to reduce some funding in a few projects related to increases in schools. So what you're looking at here is a piece of paper I sent out to the board because I thought we were going to have this at a June 1st or June 2nd work session. We never got it. We never got to it, but I sent these documents out to you all last week. And the first document here is just going to go through the projects in the CIP by goal area, and we're going to focus on the projects that have changed from the approved CIP from June 2019 to where we find ourselves today. And so as you look right here, we're looking at Goal 1 projects, and up at the top are some bullets that sort of highlight the key changes in some of the projects on this particular page. The main change to the CIP, by far the biggest change, is related to Durham Public Schools after discussions with Julius Monk and the board about increased need for capital support for the schools. The difference between the approved CIP in June to the revised amount is an increase of $162.5 million. That's largely funding coming from LOBS funding, but also a change in the funding amounts and timing related to GO bond referendum. Another reduction was in the Goal 3 area, as I slide down here. And we see a major reduction in the public safety and service complex, and that was related to trying to soften the blow of increases in Durham Public Schools. There was some discussion amongst the board members and Jody Miller and some other folks, and it was decided and requested by the board to move that project out. So a big chunk of that project is now outside of the scope of this revised CIP. And before I go much farther, I want to remind you, like I said, the budget, the CIP, I'm having to shift gears here. The CIP is reviewed biennially. So once every 2 years. In fact, it is going to be we're going to be starting the review of that process again this fall. So you approved the budget in 2019. We've had discussions and changes up through February, and now we're going to turn around and starting in the fall of 2021, we will start revising the CIP again and updating projects and adding new projects for preparation for approval for 21-22. That would be a CIP that goes from 2022 to 2031. Having said that, like I said, after the schools, the biggest change in the projects was the public safety and service complex reduced, largely because that project was moved, half of the project was moved outside of the scope of the 10 years of this CIP. There was also a significant increase in the cost of the new youth home, but I believe that part of that reason is the scope and the size of the number of beds in that project increased significantly. As we scroll on down to some other goal areas, in Goal 4, there were some other significant increases. One of them was in the County Admin Building 1 refurbishment, and the board had a significant discussion about that project in December, where engineering department, Perry Mans in particular, came back and showed to the board a significantly increased cost to do the entire building renovations, and so it was decided to scale back those renovations, and I believe the managers had discussions with some of the board members today about that, and I believe it's floor number 2 and floor number 3 are going to be held off on renovations. Even with holding off on those renovations, the project increased by $2.7 million. Affordable housing project went up just a minor amount. When I say minor, $980,000. Open space land acquisition decreased $500,000. That's part of this year's ability in 2021 as part of our budget to try to save money and move it over to the general fund operating budget for unknown COVID costs and potential revenue or economy related revenue losses. Another significant increase in project from June of 2019 till right now is the Snow Hill Road pump station, and that project has increased in cost by $6.5 million. So that's a quick review of some of those projects. And then the last area I want to show you is in Goal 5 projects, and you see a number of small increases and decreases, but mostly decreases in general services related projects. And again, that's related to finding available PAYGO dollars in projects in 2021. And rather than budgeting them in the CIP projects, we move that money over to the general fund to support potential unknown one-time costs in the general fund budget. After that, I list out those same projects and the timing by year. I don't know if you all want me to go through each one of these projects. I hope you can see them laid out right here. Are there any questions on the expenditure side of the CIP changes?
I had a couple of questions.
Keith, can you just go through it first and then let us ask questions? Because we also all got these charts ahead of time, but so just if you could just keep going because of the time.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought it was done.
Well, I'm done with the expenditure side. I have 2 more sets of charts to show, but it's up to you all.
Okay, well, is it could it be asked later, Commissioner Recca, or does it?
I thought he was done with his presentation.
No, ma'am, I was gonna, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, finish, Keith.
All right, the second part is I want to show you the ramifications. So it's one thing to say the project cost is increased, but the second side of that, the other side of that coin is how do we pay for that increased cost? So there's a plus $162 million for schools. There was changes in the public safety complex. The Snow Hill pump station project changed. All I wanted to show you was that in the approved CIP, we had a tax rate needed to support the 10-year capital improvement plan that stayed flat at 8.6 cents and even went down in some out years. But after adding certain projects, mainly Durham Public School projects, and especially front-loading those projects, the CIP, the amount of property tax needed to support the CIP changed significantly. And it is also the revenue estimate changed significantly due to COVID-related and economy changes. So all that being said, the amount of property tax needed in the revised CIP will need to go up an estimated 2 cents in 2022-23 to support a GO bond referendum that potentially could happen in 2022, plus a significant amount of additional LOBS funding for DPS projects. Then it stays flat for 4 years, it goes up 1 cent and then goes back down. Those out years are so far out that those numbers will change a significant number of times as we go through the biennial review process a number of times before those years come closer to reality. Any questions about that? Scroll down. What's the key thing I wanted you to note here? One of the ways, try to go through this quickly, one of the things I want you to notice is this bottom table. There's a significant amount of fund balance that the board has accumulated over the course of a number of years.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask someone to mute their background noise. Thank you. Go ahead, Keith.
Yes, ma'am. And the accumulation of that fund balance in those funds is going to be used to help soften the property tax rate increase in out years. So if you see in 2020, you see we have an estimated $55.5 million of fund balance, but by 2029, we have spent down $20+ million of that fund balance to help keep this tax rate at only a 2 cent tax rate increase. So I just wanted you all to note that. That's the financial side, that this is how we're paying for those changes I showed you in the first slide. And then the last thing I wanted to show you real quick was how this debt works. I show you this every year. this as part of the annual budget process, and this is what's happening to pay for debt service in FY 2021. There is an estimated, let me try to make this a little bigger. There's an estimated $68.1 million worth of debt service the county is going to have to pay this year. We are using swap fund money of about $776,000 that we're going to use to pay for it. We also have part of our capital financing policy dedicated Article 40 and 42 sales tax and a portion of Article 46 sales tax related to school-related debt service, and we also have occupancy tax. It's important to note that those sales tax numbers have been growing for the last 10 years. However, the number actually decreased for FY 2021 due to the economy we're expecting to experience this year, and we really don't know what it's going to be for 21-22. Only reason I'm bringing that up is to point out how dependent our CIP, the paying our debt services related to economically variable revenue sources, which is sales tax. We also use 8.61 cents of property tax, but $38 million of our support for $68 million of debt comes from very economically variable revenue sources, sales tax and occupancy tax. Also wanted to point out to you this year, scroll down, make sure it's big enough here. When we talk about in the general fund having $4.5 million for COVID support and $4.6 million for unknown revenue potential shortfalls or economic shortfall needs based on unknown things that are about to come, we had to find that money from somewhere, and we found it from a couple of one-time sources. One of the numbers we found is $2.9 million from a DPCC project that's actually an extent of that is being approved by the board tonight. You all are approving LOBS funding for a DPCC purchase of land, but in doing that, it's also freed up $2.9 million. They had an existing project that's PAYGO cash money that was moved to the general fund to support some of this COVID and economy-related needs. We also had extra collection of property tax in 2021 because of the slow spending of our actual debt dollars. This is something Claudia talks about a lot. It's about cash flow and projects being shovel ready, and a number of our projects are not shovel ready and haven't been spent yet. All that being said, that allowed us to move $4.3 million of property tax over to the general fund. That's equal to 1 cent of property tax. So that helps the board avoid having to raise property taxes by 1 cent for the general fund. Then, as you noted in some of the projects I showed in the very first set of slides, where we reduced the number of capital projects that had planned PAYGO, cash is another term for that, to go into those. We didn't give the cash to those projects. After talking with the departments that oversee those projects who felt like they could go 1 year without that funding, we were able to move an additional $3 million of realigned PAYGO money to the general fund. And that's it. So we went through the projects and the project budget changes in the first group. Then I showed you how we're going to pay for it in the second group of slides. And then I showed you exactly what's happening as part of the FY 2021 budget. Now I'm ready for questions.
Well, Keith, first of all, I just have to say on behalf of our board, thank you so much. You're amazing. And David and all of your staff, for just being so passionate about this work. We can tell how much you enjoy it and care about it, and just thank you, and how much you want us to all understand this in every single way possible with all the different ways you present it to us. So just want to say thank you. Questions, and let's make our questions very direct. Okay. Commissioner Reckow. Commissioner Reckow, I thought you had a question from before.
I think she may have gone off. I don't see her on the screen. Her name.
Uh-oh. All right.
No, I'm here. You can't hear me?
Yes.
Now we can hear you. Okay, we can hear you now. Okay, I know you had a question.
So I just wanted to ditto your comments with the kudos, but let me say that I do have some questions Not about the school projects because I understand them entirely, but I did have some questions on some of the things that have gone up a great deal, or I don't necessarily know the rationale. The Snow Hill pump station, the cost is up just about 50% from when we saw it a year ago. And I'm trying to get my arms around how that cost grew from 13 million to 19.6 million.
Commissioner, this is Keith Lane. I don't know if Jay Gibson or Perry is on the line to speak to that. I am unable to tell you exactly why that cost has increased. Maybe Jay can.
Good evening, like early morning. Good evening. Commissioner Eckhout, that's a great question. And what we are seeing happen is what I call a family. We had seen cost escalations due to a short labor pool and tight market ahead of COVID. COVID has also taken a lot of folks out of the, I guess, construction, travel market and other things, and that seems to have put more pressure on it. That said, and that's part of where we were seeing those escalations. We also continue to have conversations very bluntly with folks from the city who trying to help them separate, if you will, things that we have to do versus things that to that end, myself and some of our utility staff were part of a multi-hour conversation this morning looking at value engineering projects. And so we'll continue to work it from that angle to see what we can do. That said, even with the escalated cost, it still remains a very good deal.
I'm not really hearing Jay. It's we're hearing every third word at this point.
Commissioners, this is Perry. I'll pipe up for Jay. I think where he sort of left off is that we had a design workshop, a value engineering discussion this morning to try to further refine the budget estimate for this project. He was also mentioning that we are continuing discussions with the city to talk sort of through must-have pursuant to the project to sort of scale it back some. And we hope to, I guess, see some of those price reductions as we go through the second phase of bidding. And that's really where we are. I would also remind everyone that the original project sort of moved fast through the design phase, being that we were using the design build delivery. And so those earlier estimates were kind of a moving target, so to speak, and even still, we think that our numbers are going to fall in slightly less than where we are today. But again, through this process, that's sort of where we are now with everything that Jay mentioned that we were challenged with. So.
Well, it concerns me because this is an enhancement of the city's sewer system, and they're the ones who will get fees, tie-in fees and whatever. We're spending so much money. I guess I just wonder if there could be some consideration, some offset that the city might be willing to make, because this only enhances their revenue generation.
Point well taken, commissioners, and that's something that Jay has mentioned to city staff, and we're continuing to have those conversations, and we'll be glad to report back out to how that goes, particularly through this whole value engineering process. Thank you.
Can I just jump in? This is a really important issue that Commissioner Breckow is raising, and I had questions about this too. I don't really understand why the city, or maybe you can explain how they are contributing to this, in what ways, like in kind or fees or permitting or what, because this project directly benefits them. It's their pump station. They're going to get to charge the sewer fees, and then they're going to get, with the new development, they'll get a new customer who's paying non-city water rates. So if you could explain a little bit more about where things are at.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, let me just interject here before Perry speaks again. If you shall recall, the primary purpose for us upgrading this pump station was because of two critical economic development projects that we had in Traver Industrial Park, and subsequently this upgrade came as a result of that, and it's something that we agreed to do in working with those partners. There has been, along the way, some additional requirements that were initially placed on us by the city to include a fairly expensive capital construction piece, and we were able to negotiate that back. It was a spillway feature, which was pretty expensive. But long story short, this has always been effectively a project that we have taken on for the express purposes of the recruitment of those two major business expansions.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear the city is helping, at least in other ways. Yes.
Hey, Commissioners, this is Jay. Sorry about
Hear you
the
now.
I decided to dial in, and I apologize for any inconvenience from the bad data connection. Just as Perry noted, we continue to do a rigorous value engineering exercise, engaging in that for a couple of hours this morning with the project team. The other thing I would note, and I think the manager alluded to this just now, even with the escalation in cost, and that obviously is something we're going to continue to work on, we also are continuing to see an excellent return on investment when you look at the number of jobs and the very significant quantity of tax base, which, if memory serves, we're around $1 billion in new tax base just because of the premise of the Snow Hill project. And while we cannot point to or cannot really give specific names, I think the manager would agree we've had other companies already approach us wanting to know, when we'd be done with Snow Hill, because they have interest too. And obviously, as the original purpose of this is to really for the county to be able to maximize the potential at Craburn, because the land's already zoned industrial, it's already a hub, and that's where Snow Hill is the absolute critical piece of infrastructure. And then we pivot into our other infrastructure like our transit and other things to help our folks get jobs. So we certainly appreciate the comments. We are keeping a close eye and doing everything we can to hold the lid on that. And at the same time, we want to keep remembering the very, very significant long-term benefits, both financial and social and economic, that the community is going to reap from this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I did want to ask about the Admin 1 building. That cost increase, is that after the cutbacks to the construction that were made? So, or were does this 11 million that we have now as a cost instead of 8, does that include scaling back on the renovation?
Yes, Commissioner, it does. The 11 million would be for the project in its entirety. What we have funded right now are what we're calling phase 1, which included everything on the ground, first, 4th floor, and 4M. The balance of that funding was for the second floor, the third floor, and some miscellaneous items like the fifth floor restroom, upfits to the wellness area within floor one. And so that's basically what the 11 million would encompass.
Well then, it seems like we could change the number, because I was talking to the manager a little bit about this today. I thought the board blessed going with the scaled back, and I think particularly given our circumstances in this day and age when we have so many needs and not enough money, can we go with the 8 million and save the 2.7 million?
Commissioner Raquel, we can certainly do that. The big critical issue, as I stated earlier today, I think, is making sure that we get the mechanical systems in order, because, as you know, many of those heating and cooling systems, given the age of them, you could see mold on many of them on any given day. And I think that's sort of the primary piece for the entire structure. And so we have to remove those other dollars. We can live with this project being as is as they finish this phase one, and perhaps when better days come, we can go back and revisit it.
That's what I'd like to see, because again, when I saw how much we're going, well, another board will have to raise taxes. I was just looking for savings, so I hope that could occur and we could amend the CIP. And then the other issue I wanted to raise was Museum of Life and Science. They've got a lot of miscellaneous projects, and it doesn't look like a lot. It's broken up so much, but you add them all up and it's about $36 million. And, you know, they've got a terrific physical plant. And I think maybe the chair of our board may have raised this the first time we talked about it. It was kind of like, when can we take a pause or say enough's enough? And you know, we also need to think about the maintenance costs and upkeep as they just keep expanding. So I just wanted to raise that, and possibly, I guess what I'm thinking is, could we delay this 2 weeks in terms of a vote and just have them look at admin one and maybe bring back a new price, and ask the Museum of Life and Science to prioritize their projects, and maybe we don't necessarily do all of them. Again, I feel like this is a tough time and we have lots and lots of needs. I just wanted to raise that. And then the youth home, again, my main issue there is that cost is up quite a bit. And do we know yet whether we have the state as a partner? I know we've been trying to get them on board for close to 2 years. Have we made any progress, et cetera? So those are my questions.
Commissioner Raquel, this is Jody Miller. On the youth home project, we have been in contact with the state, and they've indicated an interest in wanting to partner with us on the operational level, as well as some of the other systems parts of the project. And so we are currently working on a proposal to get back to them to see at what level they would be willing to partner with us. And so that is a process, work in progress. And I hope to have that tied up by the summertime. The capital contribution at the General Assembly level, unfortunately, there hasn't been any movement on that. And so we would need to continue to work with our Durham delegation to continue to try to move that forward. But also remember, we had to delay and push back this project for about 8 months to 12 months because of some funding limitations on borrowing, and so we are still within a good window of time to sort of figure out the details of our funding partnerships.
So that's one more reason to have this legislative meeting, is to bring up this youth home and see if we can, you know, look at that, because I did see something recently where they were looking at funding more. In fact, I think there were some appropriations associated with the Raise the Age capital needs. So.
Okay. So just in the interest of time, I know Commissioner Recca has raised questions about some of the projects. Other commissioners who have questions about what is in this proposed revised CIP?
You all have hit on the ones okay.
Anybody else? So I just want to, can we get clarification about the, why the Alliance budget, maybe I missed that, why that one doubled, or I mean increased by 50%? Harry, you seem to know everything. Does anyone know what happened with that budget?
Again, I'm looking at the numbers, commissioners. Again, quite honestly, we weren't able to take quite as much advantage of some of the potential cost savings that we thought we might be able to take advantage of. For example, the furnishings on, the workstations and the office furniture has to be sort of taken off site and I guess reimagined, so to speak. It's not just as simple as a reconfiguration, on site by our maintenance department. It actually has to be done by the actual furniture manufacturers, and so it was just some scope, I guess, increases there related to the reconfiguration of the space. And I would remind everyone that the biggest thing is that we're having to basically separate, create two lobby spaces out of one, based on the fact that we also will have veteran services and I guess the DSS operations in that space. And so those are the biggest, I guess, the significant challenges that we encountered on the project. But that is the real reason for the cost increases.
Okay. And just related to the affordable housing, I really hope that we're going to be revisiting our parking decks. I mean, especially with what we're seeing with people working from home, and this may become the new future for Durham County, being able to have staggered work schedules, or people may choose or prefer to work from home part of the week, and we just may have a different future during and after COVID, and really revisiting that, and that may impact some of our funding related to that project. And I'm totally confused about Admin 1. What exactly are we doing? Which floors are we doing right now, and that are in this plan?
Again, Commissioner, the project that has previously been approved and what we're already under contract for includes renovations to the ground floor, which will include budget and internal audit, the first floor, which will include HR, and then the fourth floor, which will include legal, and 4M, which will be overflow for IS&T. Where the gap is that if we don't move forward with the follow-on phase, then we do not include floors 2 and 3. And so, as the manager mentioned, we will have some antiquated systems, particularly the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems on those floors that, quite honestly, I do think we need to revisit just to make sure we have the appropriate disconnect and connections there to allow the building to operate, you know, in a normal, I guess, in an adequate condition. And so we can certainly bring you numbers back for that. But that's basically what we will lack if we don't move forward with that follow-up phase.
Okay, so is that the 11 million that we're seeing? That includes doing the mechanicals?
Yeah, that includes floors 2 and 3 and all of the upgrades to all of the mechanical systems.
Okay, but it doesn't include like the finishes, it's just the mechanicals.
Well, you won't have new finishes in floors 2 and 3. Again, remember, we're not touching floors 2 and 3 if we don't complete the future phase. So. Okay, that helps. I totally agree with what the manager said. I mean, I've been shocked when I have seen the HVAC in his office and Lachelle's and Jody's. It's really scary. It doesn't make any sense to not do that type of thing and make sure that all of the offices are safe. So I definitely think that is a priority. People need to be working in safe spaces. Okay. So what is the pleasure of the board right now? Do we want staff to come back with further information that was requested by Commissioner Reckow, or are we comfortable moving forward with what we have before us right now? And I think one of the issues that we're trying to address here is just making sure that we followed up on also our promise to the Board of Education at our last meeting, and when we agreed to, integrate a significant number of their capital needs, and they asked us specifically, well, when are you going to vote on this? So we do need to either now or in the next 2 weeks vote on this revised plan just to memorialize what we have agreed to, especially with the schools. So what would the board like to do right now in terms of voting tonight, or as Commissioner Reckow has asked for some further information?
Can we bring it back? I think Madam Chair, I think we're all about brain dead by now.
Okay. So we'll bring it, we'll come back to it. I don't know if I necessarily agree with everything that Commissioner Reckow has suggested, but we can still evaluate the things that she had asked for as well, and especially to get more information. I know James is on the board of the Museum of Life and Science, so we would get more information about their requests. Okay. So that would be on June 22nd that we will revisit this again. And last but not least is hearing from our fantastic Public Health Director, Rod Jenkins. And I'm Joanne. I don't know if you're going to give us a report as well, but report on COVID-19. And sorry you're having to stick around so late, Rod.
It's okay, Madam Chair. You've heard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I say again to the Board of Commissioners and to you all, good evening. And once again, we thank you for your support of public health as we continue onward in our COVID-19 response during this unprecedented time. We are in day number 94 of our 7-day-a-week operation. And it's just staggering. It's just unheard of, but we continue to move forward. And as we always say, we just encourage the board and our citizens to check out the data on our data hub. We work really, really hard to provide that information and to provide the most up-to-date information for your knowledge, because we definitely want you to get COVID-19 updates from reliable sources. Within the United States, we're sitting at 1,938,823 cases of COVID. resulting in 110,375 deaths. Within North Carolina, we're at 36,484 cases of COVID, resulting in a little over 1,000 deaths. And in Durham County, we are at 2,247 cases of COVID, resulting in 53 deaths. And as far as our current trends, as everyone knows, there's been a significant uptick in our numbers, and it's direct results of two things as of lately. We have had a few outbreaks in long-term care facilities that has not necessarily completely gone away, but the significant uptick has come as a result of our Hispanic residents of Durham who are heeding the call to go get tested, and it's definitely a result of our massive campaign with our Hispanic advocates and community partners who have worked really, really well with us to give us points of emphasis on how to reach the community and to really, really help us to spread the word. So we're elated about that. Since March 19th of 2020, we've done 4,008 contacts that have been identified through contact tracing efforts. And I'm proud to say that 1,582 cases have been released based upon DHHS guidance, meaning that they are in recovery and they have recovered. So we have 611 active cases as of the end of the day on today. To put things in a little bit more perspective, 47% of our cases are female, 53% are male. And in terms of race and ethnicity, our Hispanic population in Durham represents 54% of all cases. So I'm talking like all time. Right now, they represent most of all of our cases, with non-Hispanics representing 42.5%. Our moving average continues to increase as expected because we have done so much testing, and the majority of the cases that we're getting in are from our Hispanic residents. So our 7-day moving average as of last week was 51, and this is up from the previous week, which was 41. So again, we continue to see cases increase. In terms of sources of exposure, close contact in our active cases represent 56%, meaning that they were exposed by someone who they knew or had close contact with that had COVID positive, that were COVID positive. Community spread remains relatively low at 17.66%. Our current active cases are not travel related, and 25.57% of our cases are currently under investigation, and less than 1% of our cases are lost to follow-up, meaning that my surveillance team and the great staff are doing a very good job of contacting the great majority of the people that we are able to investigate. As far as race, hospitalization, and deaths, currently there are 11 Black or African American hospitalizations. They're resulting in 25 deaths. Those identifying as other represents 17 hospitalizations or 4 deaths. One hospitalization currently is represented as unknown. There are 3 white hospitalizations. Those are identified as white, resulting in 24 deaths overall. 1 native Hawaiian Pacific Islander is hospitalized. And then there's 2 or more races that are hospitalized that we just don't have the information on. As mentioned, the month of May was definitely the onset of all of our activity. And if I could, for the board, just give you a couple of updates about the month of May. Total cases for the month of May was 882 new cases for the entire month. And we could clearly see that North Carolina's trajectory of lab confirmed cases for the month of May was increasing. along with Durham County. So again, that was to be expected with the opening up of the state. So again, some people were a little bit more vigilant than others, and Durham was a little bit more adherent to our stay-at-home order and our safer-at-home orders. However, there were significant upticks within the Latinx Hispanic community. They continue to be overrepresented as far as race and ethnicity trends for the month of May. Though they represent only 14% of our of our population in Durham, they represented 67% of our cases for the month of May. For the month of May, Black or African Americans, though they represent 37% of Durham County residents, they represented 19%. So in fact, for the month of May, they were underrepresented. And for the white population of Durham, they represent 54%, and they represent 12% of our positive cases for Durham. A couple of notes for you all. The manager did allude to Secretary Cohen's request of an audience via phone call, conference call with the manager and I. I thought it was a great call. I was able to really express to her that, you know, I've been in constant contact with the Department of Public Health. And as a matter of fact, we had a conference call with the Deputy Director of the Department of Public Health and one of the epidemiologists. And she was very complimentary of all the things that we've been doing. And it was important to let them know and give them a very, very detailed overview of all of our efforts. But Secretary Cohen did mention that she had really noticed that other locations throughout the United States had ramped up testing. And it was her intention to have the major counties within the state of North Carolina to ramp up their testing. So we already have plans to reach out to our community partners by the end of the week to develop a strategy of how to make that happen. And I am Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, this is Monica. Just sending out a quick reminder. It is 9 minutes till 11, and if the board continues past 11, we will need to vote to extend the meeting.
Okay, Rod, that means you got about 7 minutes.
All right, I'll do you better. I'll end this in 30 seconds. So again, the secretary's call was good, and again, it was great that she reached out. It took us a little while, but we did receive and onboarded our external contact tracers with CCNC. So that was 25 people to come on board. I'm proud to announce that Durham County was the first non-pilot county to have these people come on board, so we made it happen. Of the 25, 12 are bilingual, so that's helping us out much. We have also put in a request, since testing is going to be ramped up, we put in a request for 15 more contact investigators and 25 more contact tracers. So I'm confident that we'll get that. And again, we continue to contact, investigate, and trace on all of our positive cases. I'll open it up for questions right now.
Okay, quick questions for Rod. Very quick.
Thank you, Ron.
Welcome.
Okay, quick question for me. Rod, related to testing, do you think Duke will help us out? And what about mobile testing and making sure the testing is free? Because my concern is about bringing the test to people in their communities and also removing all barriers.
Great question, Madam Chair. I do believe that Duke will help us out because we have an excellent relationship with them. And there is a vulnerable populations work group that's being spearheaded by co-chair Katie Galbraith of the Recovery and Renewal Task Force. And I'm most confident that that'll happen. The state has also said that they would work with us in terms of funding to give us the resources that we need. And that was also reiterated by the secretary to myself and the county manager. So I'm most confident that will happen.
Great. Okay, thank you. And thank you as always for everything that you're doing. And go to sleep.
I'll do it right now. Thank you all for your support.
Okay. All right. So, unless there's anything else to discuss, it's now 10:54, and we know that we're going to turn into pumpkins at 11 o'clock. So, just want to thank everybody, all of the staff, my fellow commissioners. Thank you. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn, and then we can vote.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Howerton, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and then we will vote. Commissioner Carter? Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow?
Yes.
Commissioner Howerton?
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so we are unanimously adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of your night.